Okay. So I'll be
Thank
meeting.
you. Thank you for having me, sir.
You're welcome. So as we proceed, if you have questions, although there'll be time for questions and answers anyways, but if you have questions while I'm talking, you need to raise your hand. To raise your hand, let me share my screen to show you around. how to raise your hand. I'll have to stop this one and share again. Share the entire screen. Right, can you see my screen? So if you need to raise your hands for me to maybe to ask a question, you click on this icon here that says raise hand. And then I'll give you attention. I'll call on you. Mr. Okaze, could you please confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
All right, so this is a basic training from the basic of for those who are beginning Excel, and by God's grace, we shall take it up to the level of an advanced stage. And so I will begin by introducing Excel. Like what you see on the screen, what you will learn in this class is going to be number one, introduction to Excel and what it is used for, navigation and menu options, spreadsheet components, data entry and formatting. You learn about range versus table. What are the differences between range and table? And then you will learn how to create drop downs because it will be very useful. And then some useful functions that we'll be learning how to use in this class will be sum, max, mean, count, and or, and the sum if. And by the time we are done with all this, you should be able to do something spectacular with Excel. So we'll begin with the first item here. Excel is an application owned by Microsoft that is designed and used for calculations, analysis. Yeah, sorry, I had an interruption. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
we can
so
hear you now.
Excel is a Microsoft application designed specifically for accounting purposes or inventories, stuff like that, analysis, and mind you, analysis and analytics are two different, mean different things, even if they're similar. So we use Excel to do things like that. Excel is a spreadsheet application. There are other types of spreadsheet applications out there. Like we have what we call Read, we have what we call one that is used by Mac computers. There are different kind of spreadsheets, but the most popular is Google Sheet also. But the one that gives you the flexibility to do different, many wonderful things in terms of calculations, predictions, analytics, analysis, all those accounting stuff. Excel comes very handy. So that is what Excel is used for here. And the next thing is the navigation of Excel. I will shade green whichever one we've covered. So to navigate Excel, when you load Excel application, please, you also need to load your Excel because you will be sharing your screen with me to see what you'll be doing when the time comes. So this is Excel environment, and mind you, Microsoft Excel have different versions. There's the version 2007 Excel, there's 2010, there's 2013, there's 2016, there's 2019, and there's the Office 365 Premium. I'm using the Office 365 Premium, but the one that's closest to Office 365 Premium is 2019 and maybe 2016. So, and the placement of all these functions might be different from your version if you're using the different versions from mine. And some of the menu you're seeing here, you might not see them on your own version. So, but basically, you will have to see any version lower than 2007. You will not see the home. What you will see is file. You will see standard bar and all that menu. I cannot remember them. But from 2013, 2013, 16, 19, and Office 365, you'll be seeing file, home, inserts, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, automate, developer, you can add this one by yourself. The developer menu is not set by default. We need to go to File and then choose some functions to add the developer menu. But we'll not get to this right here because that will be for the advanced class. Then we'll have the help, and then this is additional add-on. It doesn't come with Excel. It comes with third-party applications like PDF readers. In my case, is Foxy PDF, so I can convert directly from Excel into PDF without using the regular or local menus or local options to do that. And then under the home menu from here, we can have this bar. Now on Excel 2007 and down, this bar is called the standard bar. So I want to confirm for the persons that are here, could you please tell me the versions of Excel you have so I know where I'll be talking more. I have Nengi here. Nengi, what version of Excel do you have?
2016.
Okay, Mr. Kize, what version of Excel do you have?
I think it's 2010.
2010. Okay. The 2010 has like yeah, okay, the 2010 has a Microsoft menu up here. 2016 is similar, closely similar to what I have on my screen right now. So you should have this displayed in front of you for the 2010, where you have the clipboard options here that has to do with copy and paste and cut. Also have the undo buttons. You can have your own undo button up here. And then this part has to do with the formatting of your text. Text formatting, and then alignments, wrap, text, merge, center, and all of these values or options there. For the insert menu, where we go to insert stuff like chart, pivot tables. In the advanced class, if you will be joining the advanced class, you will learn how to use a pivot table. And then we'll have other recommendations here for plotting of graphs and all that. That is under the insert menu. So when you hear, when you talk about inserting something, inserting a graph, inserting a chart, inserting a pivot table, inserting a slice, anything that has to do with insert, you just come to the insert menu, you find it there. And the page layout helps us to set our paper. Now, when you're using Microsoft Excel, you have two things in mind. Are you printing out the information? Are you printing out the data? Or is it just going to be on the system? Okay, Mr. Keza, your hand is up. Do you have a question? Please go ahead.
Yes, please. The screen it should look smaller. These things there, the font is small. Like, is there any way I can make it be a bit bigger? The font size is bigger. Make it bigger so that I can see. I can see clearly.
Now?
Hello. The font size. The font size.
Yeah, is it better now? I've increased it. Is it better now?
Sir?
Is it better now for you? I have increased it. Is it better now?
I think let me see. Yeah, I think it's okay. Let me see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I was saying that when you want to use Excel, you might want to print out the information or the data, whatever. Okay, then you go ahead.
Insert. Can we insert pictures?
You can insert pictures. You can insert anything.
Okay.
You can insert images. Yes, you can insert things. Yeah. Okay, so I was saying under this page layout, I wanted to talk about merge orientation and all that. So when you're using Excel, you should have in mind if you're going to print out the data information or not. If you will be printing out the information, because this is where so many persons have problems when it comes to printing from Excel. It's not like the regular page setup in Microsoft Word and the other programs where you print with ease. Excel, you must define the area you want to print because it comes in sheets. The workbook comes in different sheets. Like I have here, this sheet, which is supposed to be sheet 1. I renamed it, and then we have sheet 2. So when you want to print, Excel is expecting a command from you if it's going to print the entire sheet, or just one sheet, or just a selection in a particular sheet. So that is where we talk about these page layouts for you to set up your page. If you want to print your documents before you start working, always do this. Come to page setup, select the paper size you're working on, maybe A3 or A4. The standard page size or paper size we use in working is A4. Make sure you do also select A4. And when you do that, you will see these dotted lines here. And then also choose the orientation. Is it going to be portrait or landscape? We already have portrait by default. So you can choose landscape depending on the size or the kind of information you're working on Excel. If it's an information that is going to be broad, then you want to choose my own language for landscape. If it's an information that is not going to be broad, maybe just simple stuff, and then you can go for portrait. So I will be using landscape for my own sake. And then I've set my paper size to A4. And then the margins. I want to set your margins to if you want to accommodate more information on one sheet or one page, so to say, and then you have to choose narrow or leave it at normal. Let's leave everything to normal so that we don't alter the default settings. Now, when you see these dotted lines like this, whenever you select any of these function here, you will see a dotted line. Now, this dotted line tells you the demarcation of each page. Now, this is a boundary for page 1 on sheet 1, or this sheet called course introduction. So we have this boundary here. So this is page 1, this is page 2. So if I do anything here, this will become page 2 if I want to print. So let's assume I want to print. I go to print preview. You will see that on my first page here, you see 1 of 2. This is the first page. If I go to the next page, this is the second page. That's because of that demarcation you see here. So if I go to the next, if I scroll again down here and put something here, this becomes page 3 because of these boundaries. So whatever you're doing should be within these boundaries. Let me zoom out so you can see. So this is page 1, this is page 2, this is page 3. This can become page 2 if this information is here. And this can become page 3 if this information is here. So the pages are calculated based on the placement of data or entries on your sheets. Am I making sense so far?
Yes.
So,
Okay.
yes, yes. Go on.
Thank you. So that is about page setup. When you want to start working, try to set up a page. But if you're not going to be printing what you're working on, because there are sometimes you use Excel just for analytics, you necessarily do not have to print. Then this should not bother you. You should not bother about all this. But if you want to print, you must put these into consideration when it's time for printing. Though we'll talk more about the printing when the time comes. Talk about page break when it comes to page break. Now, for example, let's even talk about that because it's part of this menu here. So I'm dwelling more on this point because it's a concern. Now you type in something here. Let's assume this was typed into this. Assuming you type some things here in different cells, and it broke into the next page, like so. Let's assume you have all this information. Increase the font size so you can see. Okay, so we have all this information, and we're supposed to have all this in one page. But if you look at here, it has broken into the next page. How do we make this thing become one page without me changing or altering anything or subtracting anything from what I was doing, because this is exactly how it should be, and I've done it the way I want it to be. But I want it to be in one page. How do I go about doing that? So the page break comes in. Break. You choose insert page break. You don't really have to choose insert page break. Just come over here. You will see this option here called page break preview. Here is normal. I hope you can see my cursor or my mouse pointer. This is normal. This is page layout, and this is page break. So when you click on page break here, you see something like this. You take notes. Now that dotted line becomes blue and more visible here on page break. So it tells you that this has broken into two different pages. Now for you to make everything to become one, to be printed on one document or one page, you have to move this, click and drag this guy over to the right hand side. And you can see this has become page one. I will do that again. We look at this, is written page one. This is written page two. This tells you that when you print this small thing on a different page and all this one on one page. But that's not what we want. We want everything to be in one page because it's a continuation of this information here. So to do that, you move this to the right hand side and it becomes one page. And then when you go ahead to print, click on print, Ctrl P for short, you can see everything is captured into one page. And for you to know if what you're printing is in one page or not, just look at this point here. You will see one of one. If it is one of two, or one of three, or one of any other figure here, that is the total number of pages you'll be printing. And most times, so those pages could be blank, or it could contain fragments of the information that is supposed to be on the first page. But when you see one of one here, it means everything is intact in one page, and so you're good to go. So that's about page break. You can switch back to view, normal view, or you can go to view here and choose normal. So you can see here from the view menu, you have page break preview, which is the same thing we have here, which we're currently on. And then you can choose normal to return to the normal page. But sometimes you can work here for easiness sake, for you to be sure that as you're working, you're adjusting the page. As you're working, you're adjusting the page. If you want to print, then it's okay if you can work in page preview or page break preview rather. But I prefer to work on normal. But there's nothing wrong if you work here. Everything still works the same. But this will just help you to know when your page is broken into more than one pages so that you can adjust as you're working. Then it just prints without having to come back to start doing print adjustments again. So let me take this off. Right. We are still here on the navigation menu. So we have the formula. Thank you, myself. Go ahead.
Okay, so I tried practicing as you were doing it, and for this page break preview, when I click on the what do they call this bar? Navigation bar or something, I don't see page break preview there. I only see insert page break. So what is the difference between inserting the page break and then working on the document that and working on the document without inserting page break and going to page break preview? So because when I clicked on insert page break, it gave me a different layout or something.
Yes, exactly. So I was going to show you this from the view menu. So for you to view the page break, you come to view. The view menu has that. You choose page break preview, which is the same thing here. But what you saw on the insert page break under the page layout is the same thing you'll be seeing when you go to page break preview. The same thing you will see somewhere around here by right clicking and inserting page break. It's around here somewhere. When you're on this page break preview. Now, what it means is, to answer your question, to insert page break means if for any reason you want to split the content to more than one page, then the option is to insert page break. Like right now, I have just one page here, as you can see, and I want to split this page. I want this part, like from this part, to go into a new page. So what I need to do is to insert page break. And to do that, I can right click and then I will say insert page break right here. Or I can go to this menu and then choose that here. Or I can just right click and choose insert page break. And when I do that, you can see this page has been split into 1, 2, 3, and 4. But I want it to be just 1 and 2. For me to do that, first I need to get rid of this one here, and it becomes 2 pages. And then I will adjust this to where I want it to begin. We can now see that we have page 1 here and page 2 here. So that is the use of insert page break. Did I answer your question?
Yes. So it's the same thing as cutting, like since all of them were in one document, you can just cut it and put in page two. Since you've already set a what do you call it, size for the document, because the document already have different breaks, different lines that demarcate the pages. So if I don't want all the information on this page one now, I can just cut it and put in page two instead, right? It's still the same thing.
You can say so, yeah, exactly. There are times you may be given a document to work on. Maybe you got a document from someone, and the document is, too compacted. It's not really visible, and you want it to be spacious. You want to adjust it, separate some things into some pages, maybe some sections into some pages. Then the insert break becomes handy.
Okay.
All right, and then when you don't need the insert break, you just simply click and drag out of it, and it becomes one page, just like I've done. So I can now return to my view
What did you
page.
do?
You didn't see that? Okay, let me undo. Now, in events where you no longer want the pages to be broken into like this, the very page demarcation, this part here, you just click and drag it down out. And that's it. That's what I did.
Okay.
Did you copy?
Yes.
Did you copy? All right, so I will give you 10 minutes to just do anything on your page. I will give you time to do that. Then I want you to do the information to be split into 3 pages. 3 pages, 10 minutes, and then you're going to share your screen. Both of you. Okay, I think your time is up. So can you share your screen, please? I will stop sharing my screen now. Share your screen. Let me see what you've done so far.
Okay. Go first. Can you see?
Okay, I can see your screen.
Okay. So this is page 1. This is page
And you
2.
have
Sorry?
6 pages.
You said 3.
Yeah, but I'm seeing 6.
6. Oh my
Page 3
god.
of 6. Having 6 pages, Nengi.
I
You did not
used
do
the
one.
page.
Hold on. You didn't do one thing. Now listen. From column A to column F, from column A1 to F4 is 1 page, right? You agree
A1
with me?
to.
From A1 to F4 is 1 page.
Yes.
And from A5 to F8 is another page.
Yes.
From G1 to J4 is another page. And so on. So go back to your page break. You see the total number of pages you have there. 6 altogether.
Please, I'm yet to get this through. I'm yet to get this clearly. I'm not really getting it clearly, honestly. I mean, this place will soon be. These people are here really disturbing me. But I think I'm trying my best to see if I can do anything.
Then get not insert page break preview.
Okay.
Mr. Kazin, take your time.
So,
Take your time. Just take your time and do yours. The class is
oh,
being recorded, so you have to video to review.
okay, sir.
Right. But you can also watch what Nengi is doing so you can see what to understand from hers too. And so Nengi, the dotted line should be moved to your right hand side.
Oh. I
Now you
see.
have 3 pages. And the third
Yes.
page is biggest. You see, when you go back to page preview, now have 1 of 3.
Yes. Sorry. So it's just like it's either I use this page break or I just stick to the already breaks that the size have given me already. I guess
Please,
that was
Yeah.
what.
how were you able to get this? I mean, how did you? I was looking. I tried to talk. I typed something trying to get it. I mean, when I preview it, then I don't really know why I got it wrong.
Okay, Nengi, let him share his screen. So we'll see what he
Okay.
did.
Uh,
So
As
Mr.
it's a-
Okupe,
okay, let me try. Let me try and see. Let me try again.
just share your screen. Let us see how you're doing so we can guide you. I can guide you. Are you trying to share your screen, Mr. Kizir?
No, I'm trying to. Yes, I'm trying to share it, and I don't know. I'm looking for how to go about it.
On the menu update, you see an icon called share. Click on that share and click screen, and then just click
Where?
at the top. That was what I was showing you when we started. Click on your screen on the top. Can you see chat? Can you see people? Can you see raise hand? Where you saw your raise hand, towards the right hand side, before near the red button, before the red button at the top, you see share.
I've seen the share raise hand. Is it on top?
You go into your far right hand side. After raise hand, react, view, rooms, apps, more, camera, microphone. The next one is share.
Okay, I think. Can you see it? Hello? Hello?
Have you been able to share your screen, Mr. OKC? I think it's trying to load. Nengi, I think we lost. Mr. Keze has lost his connection, so let's just proceed. Class is being recorded, so you can always try to see. I'll share my screen now.
Okay, and then I also noticed when I was trying to do this thing, I tried to right click as you did in your own to insert the page break, but like my own doesn't have that option. I have to go to the main bar.
You will not see the option if you right click on the view menu. Sorry, on the normal view. You will only see that option when you right click in the page break view main option. When you're on the page break view, like where I am right now, right click from here, you will see insert page break. Then when you're at the normal view and you right click, you will not see insert page break.
Oh. Uh. Uh. Well, I'm still not seeing it. I'm on the page.
Share your screen.
Um. Okay, so I'm on the page. This is page break now, right? So say I want to insert it here. I right click.
You are not in page break view. You're only looking at page layout. You've not gone to page break view. Now you're in page break view.
Still not here.
That's it down there. I'm seeing it.
Oh, sorry. Let's continue.
All right. Go ahead. I'm sharing my screen now. We can stop sharing yours so I can share mine.
Done.
Okay. Okay, so we'll continue.
Can I admit him?
Yeah, he has been.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, honestly. I am looking for, I don't even know what's going on, honestly, but it's okay. I'm really sorry for that.
I want to be sure that you're following. Could you please share your screen so that I can see and make sure that you're following? Share your screen, please.
That's what I've been trying to see where I can.
Okay, now let me ask you some questions. On your screen, can you see the red button that says leave?
The red button, yes, that said hang up.
Exactly. Hang up. Are you using a phone or a laptop?
I'm using laptop.
Laptop does not say hang up. It says leave. It is the phone that says hang up.
No, I'm using my laptop. Laptop. That's what I'm using too.
Okay. Before the hang up button you're seeing, there is a small icon that is an arrow pointing up that says share. You see?
No. Okay. Let me measure. Let me list the things. Okay. Open share tray. Is that where the place?
List what you have there. List all the icons you have.
Okay. What I have here, icon showing that this thing is being recorded. Okay. Then meeting now. Turn on camera. Mute mic. Then open share tray. More action.
Okay.
More.
Click on the open share tree. I think you're using a different version of Teams. Click on that open share tree.
Yes, I've seen screen share.
That is it. Click on it.
I've done that.
What are you seeing now? What are you seeing now on your screen? Hello, can you hear me? Linky, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I think FSA has lost. No longer.
Hello? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you got it now. I can see your screen now.
Sir?
I can see your screen now. You got it right now.
Okay, sir.
So now you minimize and open Excel.
I should open a cell.
Yes.
Okay.
You should have just one Excel. Why do you have multiple Excel?
Excel is open now.
Okay, so now let's see your page break in 3 pages.
This is I think this is where the first one end.
Okay.
I was trying to make it 3. I think I have only 2 here. Because I checked I wanted to just assume I want to print. Then I saw I think I have only only one I saw here. I don't know.
What now down there? What are you seeing down there? Down there. One of what?
Okay, one of two.
That means it's just 2 pages you have.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now go back to your screen, to your spreadsheet.
Okay, sir. I'm there already now.
Now click on page break preview. See it at your left hand side.
Okay, I've clicked on it.
Now you can see what you have there. Click on the bottom line, the blue bottom line, and drag it down.
Okay, sir. Okay,
you
I've
can now
seen
have
it, sir.
2. Now to add another page, you're going to right click anywhere there. Right click on the first page. Now see insert page break.
Okay.
Now you have multiple pages.
Yes, sir.
So what you're going to do is now the page, the horizontal blue line that is under page 1 and page 3, drag it down bottom. Now the dotted line, you can adjust it towards the left so you can have more space for page 3. So that's it. That is how to go about working with pages to insert or delete page. Now, if you were to delete a page, okay, now let's go back to your print preview and see how many pages you have there.
Page 1 of
now
3.
have.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now to be able to know how to delete a page, go back to your page preview. Okay. Now, if you don't want page 3, or if you don't want page 1, or if you don't want page 2, how would you go about doing it?
I think I will do like should I just do it this way?
That's it, you've done it. Now adjust page 1 to be in the center so you can have equal sizes. Now scroll up. Your data is up. Once you enter this at the top, so scroll to the top. So you see, now the last thing is at column O. So adjust the right hand side to column O. No, the right hand on page 2. The right hand side from page 2. Adjust it to the left to column O, so that you don't have empty blank spaces when you want to print. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Then now I one to be in the center.
Which one?
That one. Adjust it to be in the center so that the pages will be even in size. So that's it. So you now have 2 pages. And then if you want to make everything to fit 1 page, what do you do? That's it. So now you're following.
Yes,
You
sir.
confirm that.
Sir, yes, I am. At least I'm clear now.
Right. So when we want to do the next exercise, you should be able to share your screen with ease, right?
Yes, sir.
So for now, you can stop sharing so I can proceed with my sharing of screen.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so still on navigation and menu options, at the cost of trying to talk about page break, we've known about the view option that tells us about page break preview, page layout, and this default, whatever that is, so the sheet view anyways. And then we have these navigations here. If you observe, you can see these cells have boundaries. Each of these boundaries with a gray line to the top, bottom, left, and right. Now, these are called grid lines. Under this view menu, you can hide and unhide the grid lines like this. You can now see the grid line has been hidden. Now, these grid lines do not denote a table or a range. They are not the one that you can, like Microsoft Word by default. These grid lines help you to identify what cell you're currently on and maybe to select a cell or to know the selection you've made. Then we have the header. Now you can see the column A, B, C up to infinity, and so 1, 2, 3 up to 6,000 or thereabouts. Those are the headers, or the headings rather. So if you click on this, you hide them. You check it again, you reveal them. Now, this is a formula bar. This is a formula bar where you enter information or where you make calculations or enter functions. The formula bar also is an extension of a selected cell. So whatever cell you select, that cell can be worked on from the formula bar. So you can either type in this cell directly by selecting it and typing, or you can just select the cell and go to the formula bar and do the same thing. So either ways, that's why I call the formula bar an extension of the selected cell, not any cell, it's selected cell. The cell is not selected, then you're not typing in that cell. You're typing in some other cell that has been selected. So by default, any cell that is selected is active for the formula bar to be used. Okay, and then we have the formula bar can be hidden, just like the headings and the grid lines. So you have something like this. I want to show something why you should hide, or the usefulness of hiding or unhiding the formula bar. We'll go right here. This one. I want to share another screen of mine, so I will stop this one. But let me just share my entire screen at once, so I don't stop sharing other ones. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Now, if you look at the screen very well, you're not seeing the grid lines. There are no grid lines here. It's just my table with this information imputed here. But this other one, you can see the grid lines here.
Yes.
So there are times you might want to do or create an application and you don't want to see grid lines. You just want to see just the table you created, which is this one, and the data inside. You don't want to see the grid lines. And you also want to see the heading. Like this application does not have the headings. You're not seeing the column names. You're not seeing the row names. You're not also seeing the formula bar. It's because they are all hidden, just like I've taught you. So if I reveal the grid line, you can see the grid lines are now visible. The heading is now visible, and the formula bar now visible. So these are some of the reasons why you might want to hide something like that. So that is for these very options here: the grid line, the formula bar, and the headings. We have the zoom. The zoom you see here is the same thing you see right here. So you can see selection. For example, if I select this and I choose zoom to selection, it's going to zoom to the selected cells. If I choose 100, it's going to zoom to normal. And then I can just use this to scale my zoom in and my zooming out. So if I zoom like this, if you found Excel like this, maybe someone sent you an Excel file, you open it, the workbook is looking like this. Just come straight here and choose zoom to 100. It's going to scale it to the normal view. So that's about this one here. And then you don't have this in your own Excel. You don't have these. We'll not talk about those ones. We're not going to talk about help also and all that. So that is that about that one. Okay,
Data
have the
and
review.
review.
Yeah. So data, when you want to start manipulating cells and other things, will come here. So we'll learn how to insert, like this drop down here. We'll learn how to use that from the data menu under this tool called validations. If you have that here. And then data also, you can get data from external source, from Azure, from database. Maybe you have a database and you want to copy the data from there directly to Excel, you can do that. You just have to know the name of the file and where it's been saved. You can also open a cell, data. You can copy other data from another Excel file or from CSV files to here. Now let me do something. Let us try to import a data from a CSV file. I have a CSV file on my system, and if I want to import that data, I will click on that, get data. Your system is slow. You might have difficulties or you can get frustrated. So make sure you have a good system. The RAM is okay and it's not slow and it's fast. Now we are importing the CSV file, remember, so you must know where the CSV file is being saved. I think I have one CSV file on my system here. So I'm just going to look for a CSV file where I kept it. Okay, I have this CSV file and I'm going to, now CSV means comma separated values. Values that are separated with only commas, not tables. When I import that CSV file in the selected sheets, it's going to load up the data. These are the information. I can choose to transform this data, or I can just leave it as is, and I can load. Now, what happens is this information is still on the previous sheet where you got it from. So you can see I've just loaded a CSV file data into my Excel, and by default, Excel make it to become a table, not range. That will bring us back to this part. We'll talk about range and table very shortly. But right here, I have a table inserted from the query. You can see the function of this to get data from somewhere, from anywhere. Just know the name of the file, know where to get the file, and then you come through here to get it. You can also get a file directly from the web, from the internet, which is this one here. You can crawl from the web here, But I'm not going to do that so that we don't waste our time. You can get from CSV5, which I just did. You can get from the web. You can get from a table or a range from somewhere, either from this particular workbook or from another workbook. You can also get pictures, like Nengi you were asking, and from other existing database connections, like from DMB database files, which is Microsoft Access files or databases. So this is about importing data from external sources. Then to refresh your data connection, maybe if you want to get the real-time data, for example, look at here now, the essence of refreshing. I should change this information on the source file. For example, if I change this to Muhammad, now this is Muhammad. Okay, sorry. If I go to the source file, let me undo this. That was not what I meant. If I go to the source file from where I imported that data from, this one here. If I open this file, now on the first row, I change the name to Muhammad, right? And I save it and I close it. You can see here, that's not reflected. When I click on refresh, it's going to refresh and call up the recent modifications, and you can now see Muhammad has appeared here. So that's the essence of refreshing connections or queries. So if you want to get a real-time data, let's assuming you have a data on Google spreadsheet that is live. Someone is updating the information somewhere, anywhere in the world on Google spreadsheet, and you're able to connect to that Google spreadsheet through this means that we just did. Okay, and that will be JSON. Use JSON or XML. There's a way to do that, but that will be advanced anyway. For the purpose of this place here, I'm just trying to explain why you're refreshing. So whatever update that has been done on the sheet that you're viewing from here remotely, if you click on refresh, the new update will be reflected here. That's about this one and all that stuff. And this is to filter and sort files. Now to filter and sorting, you can sort files alphabetically, numerically, in ascending order or in descending order. You can choose sort. If you want to sort this file, for example, this is the period, which is the month, or sorry, the dates of this data. This is 2016, this is 2017, and this is another 2016. So it is not serially arranged. And if you want to arrange the data serially, you want to start from ascending level to the descending level, right? You select the entire sheet. You come to sorting, and you choose your sorting by period because you want it to be in descending order. You don't want it to be displaced. You choose cell value or whichever, just let it be like that. So you're choosing from smallest to largest or from largest to smallest, whichever. If you want to choose from the current date down to the old date, then you'll be choosing from largest because like 2023 is the largest, or the other way around. So let's start from the smallest and you select. What that does, you can see all the 2016 comes first, meaning 2016 is the smallest. You scroll, it's ascending. Now 2017 starts from there, going down all the way till 2022. You see that? This is a function of sorting. Now, that's if you're sorting by the period. Now, if you want to sort by, assuming you want to sort by the value, irrespective of the period, you just want to sort from the smallest value to the largest value, or the largest value to the smallest. You want to see the biggest sales so far. Select the entire table. Do not forget to select the table. You choose sort, and then you're going to sort by what? Data value. Now, everything you see here are the column header, all this heading here. So you're selecting the heading you want to sort by. In our case, we want to sort by the value, that is the money. I want to sort from the largest sales to the lowest sales, and I sort. So you can see that the largest sales was in 2022 September, and that is the figure of the largest sales, and all the way down. And the smallest sales, if we go to the bottom of the page, there's no money in this. I think there's no sales at all. The smallest sale here is in 2020 June. So that's about this one. Now for the filter, before I proceed, do you have any questions so far? Anybody have a question? Anybody hand up?
Yes,
Okay, both hands are up. All right, let's start with
both
Nengi.
of us.
Go ahead.
Yes. This getting of data. When I tried to import it, I saw transform. I need clarifications. Am I supposed to? Is it what does it entail? That transformation.
Now the transformation means you want to change some things. You don't want it to be the way it was or the way it is from the source file. You want to transform the data to something else. Maybe you want to change you want to select the particular column you want. You want to select the particular rows you want and stuff like that. But if you want the
Okay, not
information to be
changing not changing the extension.
no, not changing the extension because you're already
Mm,
bringing into Excel.
okay. All right. Are we going to do that?
I will let you do that when I'm done. So hang on.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Ekes, go ahead. So that's it. You have your data now.
Okay, sir.
So that is how you import a CSV file. Always remember that a CSV file is a text file. So
That's
if you
fine.
not
Okay.
see CSV, then choose text file. Just in
Okay,
case
sir.
you use another that has a different version of Microsoft Office from what you have here. This is Office 2013, not 2010. What you're using is 2013.
Ah,
Say it
okay.
was 20.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know, sir.
So whenever you're using another system and you need to import data, and maybe you have in mind to import a CSV file. If you do not see CSV, you should know that it's also a text file. So you select the text option, then import the
Okay.
file and follow the options until you get it done.
Okay, sir.
All right.
What do I do next, sir?
All right. So that's it. That's where we stopped on that part. So you
Okay,
can
sir.
stop sharing your screen while I proceed with the next part. Trying to show us how to filter the file. Trying to get I'm trying to look for a sample file I can use to demonstrate what I want to show. I can't seem to get where I get that file. I think I have. Okay, I've seen one. All right, I have something here. I have this one. Okay, sharing my screen so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, for editing. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can see your screen, sir. I can see your screen, sir.
Lindy, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Lindy, are you there? Okay. Now this is a range, not a table. So the difference between a range and a table, we'll get to that point. But for now, I want to show us how to use the hide that one. You can see this guy is being selected. it like this. Let me just change everything back to normal. And remove the fill color. So I'm going to fill some colors to green. I'm going to fill some colors to yellow.
Sorry. You know, I lost connection. I had to join back, so I don't know what we're trying to do now. I'm not
Yeah, we're
following.
trying to know how to use the
Okay.
filter.
Okay.
Yes, I said filter. So I'm just trying to do something to differentiate these different things here and how to use this.
The table color was, you were saying something about how to know if it's a table or range, something like that. That was where I ended.
Now, I said we're going to learn that when we get to this part. But
Okay.
we're still, remember, we're still here. We're still on navigations and menu options. I'm trying
Okay.
to make sure I cover the most important things that you'll be needing in each of the
Okay.
menus. And so we've talked about this one. We've talked about this one too. We've talked about sorting. Though you did not demonstrate that, but I believe you got a message about sorting. So I'm talking about this one here, finally, on this tab.
Okay.
We'll talk about this as we progress. But
Okay.
now,
Please,
once you learn,
I didn't get the sorting. No, when did you do this sorting? I didn't even know what is sorting
We
was.
did.
now sorting is to sort, to arrange data in a particular format. Whether, for example, I have this data, like the ones you just imported. This data is made up of series, period, which is dates, values, which is the amount of money that was sold, the units in dollars, and all that information. Now, if you look at this table, I had already sorted these to, I want to arrange I want to see the sales from the highest amount to the lowest amount. That's called sorting. Or I want to see sales starting from the highest date, which is 2022, to the lowest date, which is 2016. That is still sorting. Okay, I want to see if there are different information on each of these columns. I want to see, I think all these ones are the same thing, but what are relevant here are these series and all these ones. Like these ones are arranged is arranged in BDCQ and so on and so forth. We have BDCQ. Let me see what we have again. We have something like, okay, if you observe on this data, we have BDCQ and we have SF1, blah, 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 like that. I think they are arranged in a particular code format and serially. But my area of concern is the time of sales and the amount of sales. So I want to sort. Let me start from, I want to see sales beginning from 2016 down to 2017, or sorry, to 2022. To do that, I will select the entire table by pressing Ctrl A on my keyboard. To press Ctrl A, it selects every cell that has data in it. Come to sorting. Now you sort by the column. The columns, these are the columns. And the column I'm interested in for now is the period column. When I go to sort, I will see sort by under column here. I'm sorting by the period. For period, this is period. You can scroll up and down to look for what you need. I select the period and then sales value the same. So I want to see from smallest to largest, meaning from 2016 to 2022. That is smallest to largest. Now click OK. If you observe, we now have 2016 here as the smallest. So all the way down, if you scroll down looking at, you can see the figure will be increasing from 2016 June, 2016 September. You can see it's increasing. 2016 December, and so on is going to transgress to, it's going to go into the next month or the next year, and so on and so forth. So this 2017 up to which is the very last year, September 2022. So this is what is called sorting, Mr. Okese. Can sort. Okay, now let's sort by the value. Now your employer say, I want to sort this table. I want to see the highest sales down to the lowest sales, irrespective of the period. All right. So you're going to select all of them again. Go back to sorting. Remember, they said value. They said the amount of money. So that is under the data value column. And then they said I want to see from the largest sales to the smallest sales. Click on OK. You can see. But now this took me to the smallest sales. No, I don't want smallest. I want largest to smallest. The value, I want to sort based on the value column from the largest to the smallest. You can see the largest sales here is $38,858.407. And this sale was in 2022 September. So we have sorted now from the largest all the way down to the lowest. You can see it's reducing as we're scrolling down.
Yes, sir.
Scrolling down, you can see it's reducing. Now the lowest is minus $398.19, meaning they had a negative value in this sale on the month of June in 2020.
Yes, sir.
So have I made any points, Mr. Okize?
It's clear now. It's clear. At least I'm fine.
All right. So you can use the data you imported and practice this. Remember, Control A to select everything. Then you go to sort, and then you can sort. All right. So I wanted to show us about the filter.
Yes,
what is the filter? You can filter based on certain formatting or certain values in a cell. Okay. Now we already have the filter here. I can clear this filter if I want to. But this filter will not clear because this is already a table. Now, filter comes handy when you're working with a range like this one here. This is a range. This is not a table. We're going to discuss that very shortly after this show. So when I want to filter and I don't have a table and I need to filter, for example, I want to filter only the white columns, the columns or the rows, the data that are in the white spaces. I want to filter, I want to see only the data that are without a fill color. To do that, I will have to select, I might not necessarily select this, just pick your cell or select just one of the cell and go back to view or data, which is filter. This filter. When you choose on, when you select filter, you will see these buttons will appear, just like it was on the table. But you select the filter button and see it has disappeared. So basically, you might want to select the entire table anyways. And click on the filter button so that it captures the area of entered data. Now to select, you can choose to filter based on the materials column or the material short description or the bin or the manufacturer or this. Okay, I want to select based on manufacturer. I want to select only based on color. You can see I want to filter and sort by color. Color is this one now, no fill. No fill means the white one without fill. So if I choose by color and choose no fill, you can see on manufacturer, is giving me only the ones with color. I can choose to even hide. I can choose after filtering. This is sorting. Now, what sorting does? Sorting rearrange. You can see it rearrange it. It draws the white one or the no fill columns and rows to the top, and then the rest go below. Now, I don't want to see anything colored. I just want to see the white area, the no fill data. That is where filter actually comes into play. So if you select this manufacturers here, this is sorting. I did sorting. I don't want sorting. Let me clear the sorting. I want filter. So we are filtering by color. Choose no fill. You see, every other field has disappeared. What I have is just no field, which is, according to this table here, is not cited. Ones here are not cited. These ones are cited and these ones are expected. That is how you filter information. If I want to filter based on color, now choose this one. You can see it will hide every other row and show you the rows that has the color you want to see. I can now choose to filter the bin based on color. There is no filter bin based on color except manufacturer. So I can go back here and clear everything, and then I can now choose bin based on color. So you can filter according to the columns and what you want. For you to initiate a new filter, you must clear the previous filter to start up. Then you go ahead.
Okay, initially you said a filter with table, right? So this filter on table, is it?
I said filters. I said table comes with filter by default. The ranges do not come with filter by default. So that's why you need to come to the filter option under data if you're working with a range. That's what I said. Is it clear? Nengi, did you hear me? Is it clear?
Yeah, I can hear you now. There was an interruption. I said, initially you said a table has a filter, but a range does not have. Like a range, if you import a range, it doesn't have a filter button or so. But now you're saying a filter comes handy with range and not a table. I need clarifications. Then also, how do I differentiate a range and a table?
Yes, remember I told you we'll get to that part of differentiating a range from a table. What I said is ranges do not come by default with filter, like table, like you see here. When we imported this data into Excel, Excel automatically converted this imported data into a table. So that's why if I click on this filter button here on this table, I think it's a range, we have a table design here. It comes with its own filter button. But a range, if you're working with Excel on range, like here now, let me show you something. You're seeing this. These are filter buttons. These buttons here are filter buttons. And you will see a table here because this is a table. But right here, you're not seeing anything called table here. And there's no filter button anywhere. Do you agree with me? Do you see a filter button here?
No.
That is because it is a range. A range does not come with filter. But if for any reason I want to filter this data right here now, because this is not a table, I will need the services of data and filter. You can now see the filter button has appeared. That's what I was trying to explain. So if you get a data set that is already a table, you don't need to come to data and filter to work with the filter. It already has its filter in it. Or if you're working with a range, or you are given a data set that is a range, you have two options if you want to use a filter. You either convert the range into a table and use the filter in the table, or you select the information and go to data here and choose filter to start filtering on that data set. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. I don't know if any other hand is up here, but that was just your own hand. Okay. So let me continue with this filter stuff. So that's about filters anyway. You can clear the filter to do a new filtering. When you clear the filter, everything becomes visible. Now, if you want to filter based on just this color, you want to see only data on this color and the sum, you just go to filter again. Maybe based on material number or based on the bin storage, whatever value it is on the column you want to filter. So let's filter by color and the color of interest. That is it. And the manufacturer, they write the color of interest. That is it. Clear filter. And so that is that about data. And then let's go to review. The review menu, we have workbook statistics, which just give us what is happening on this workbook, how many sheets, how many cells, how many tables. Do you see that there are no tables on this sheet? It's telling you 0 table because there's no table on this sheet. Now, even if you do something like this, format this, put a border here, make all borders like this. Someone might be thinking this is a table. Might be thinking this is a table because it's in different rows, like you can see visible rows and lines separating it. This is not a table. So that's why you saw here under the review, when you check on worksheet statistics, you can see that we have end of sheet C15. That's the last total number of data content. The last sheet here is C15. And cell with data, 26 cells have data in it. So if we count the whole of these cells with data is 26. Tables, there are no tables on this sheet. So this basically tells you we have one connection on this worksheet, which is this one here that we imported. That is one connection. There are no formulas whatsoever on this table. And we have one table here on the entire workbook. Now, there are two different things. Workbook statistics. Now, workbook consists of all the worksheets inside the workbook. Now, for the workbook itself, we have 4 sheets, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the 4 worksheets here. Now, on the current worksheet, which we are on seeing right here now, we have this data information here. Now, for the entire workbook, we have 4 sheets, we have all this content, and we have one table. Now, the table is not on this sheet, but on the next sheet, right? Then we'll have one connection. All right, Nengi, go ahead.
Where did you click to get this window? Review.
You can see my screen, right? Worksheet statistics.
Under
You have
review.
that in your under review, yeah. I think that will be a function.
Can't find it.
Oh, I think it's because of the version you're using. If you upgrade your version, you will have it.
Okay.
Remember I said functions might not be visible on your version of Excel. If you're not using the current version of Excel, you might not see some functionalities. Okay, so that's what the view is about. Under the review, you can see all the changes that were made. If you have that function, changes that were made on this worksheet and on the workbook in total. And then you can also add and change comments. There will be formulas. So we're still here. Navigation. Let me paint it so we know where we are. We're here.
Long way.
Yes. That's what we need to maximize the time we have to cover more. So the review here, unlock our spreadsheet. I'll just go straight to the things that will be needful. You might not really need all these ones here, unless on very rare cases anyways. Or you might be needing this one, especially protect sheet. Now, why do we need to protect our sheet? There are times you create complex workbook or formula tables, or tables with formulas or ranges with formulas, and you want to share this file with someone else, and you don't want them to go about messing up with the codes or the formulas you suffered to produce. What you do, you can lock the sheet. Let me give you one example of the one I did. Just show you this one here. So you lock the sheet so that people don't tamper. Like if you see this, I can select this cell, I can select this cell, but I cannot select this cell because it's locked. I cannot also select this cell because it's locked. I can select this one, I can select this, can select this, can select this. But I cannot select this part because it's locked. Now, the part I could not select have codes or formulas that has been programmed so that if I give this sheet to somebody, they don't go and distort or change something in the code and the formulas will not work properly anymore. That's why we use the protect sheet option here to protect your sheet. Now to do that, you click on protect sheet, remove this one, uncheck this. This is select lock sheet or cells. We don't want anybody to be able to select a cell that has been locked. So you uncheck that one and leave only this one. You want them to be able to select the cells that are not locked. Then you click on OK. Now, I cannot select anything again because the entire sheet is already locked. Now, unprotect the sheet. Before you want to start locking your sheet or protecting your sheet, you need to do one thing first. And the first thing is this. Let's assume, let me unprotect this. Let's assume I have the formula column here. About here. Now this place contains formula, like figures. For example, I don't want anybody to, this is the part I want to lock. But I don't want to lock this part because I want people to be able to type. Someone should be able to type in here, just like what we have on this one. Okay, they should be able to type here and add something. They should be able to type here also to add something. And then they cannot type here because this will automatically calculate itself. So for me to be able to protect the sheet and not protect and locking everything out, like I did before, if you come here and just click on protect sheet and click OK, even the part you want people to type, they will not be able to type because you did not unlock this side. So to do that, we have what we call locking and unlocking of the sheet. This is the entire spreadsheet that should be accessed, but the part that should not be tampered with is here. The part that should be typed is here. So I will select the whole of this part I want people to type in. Right click on it and choose format cells. Whenever you choose format cells, you have this box up here. Last one here, the last tab is called protection. Under protection, you can see by default, all the cells are locked by default. So before you protect the sheet, you must unlock the cells that you don't want, that you want people to type something inside. So I'm going to uncheck this box and click on OK. So now these selected cells are unlocked. These ones will remain locked. You go to right click and choose cell, format cell. You can see by default the selected cells are locked. I'll leave it that way because I want these cells to remain locked. I don't want anybody to tamper with the information in that cell. So I'll click on OK. But for these ones, I want people to be able to type something inside of it. So I'm going to select that cell and choose format cell and make sure it is not checked locked. Then click on OK. Then when you've done that, you now come to protect sheet, choose select unlock cells, remove this one if it is selected, and click on OK. You can see I can select this one, I can type inside of it, I can change information, but I cannot select this side. See, I'm clicking, it's not working because it is locked. That is one of the most valuable things you should learn under the review menu. Have I made any sense so far? Do you copy? Do you grab what I just said?
Yes.
Yes, but I have a question. So if we unprotect these other parts where we want people to type, what if that place have a formula that is there already and they all tamper with it? Because it's that
You should
formula
not,
that will give the computation.
you can select the cells you want to lock and the cells you don't want to lock. Now, for instance, let's assume this part here, this useful function has a formula. right? If the cell already contains a formula, it means it already contains the valuable data. So nobody needs to go in there to change anything or to type anything inside there. So what you need to do is to lock that particular one that has a content that should not be changed or altered with. To do that, right, click on that particular cell, not all the cell now. Let's assume in this particular range section, they should be able to type in every other cell except this one here. So I'm going to select only that one and choose format cell and go there and lock it and choose OK. Then come back here and protect the sheet. So you can see I can select this one, I select this one, but I cannot select this one. And clicking is not working. So that is to answer your question. If a cell contains a formula, it should be protected. It should be locked.
Okay.
Nobody should be able to.
So this a cell doesn't have that format of putting in password like MS Word.
It does. I was going to take it one after the other. Now,
Okay,
if you want
sorry.
to, if you want to password it, you have to use the same place here. Now, see this place blinking, password to protect or to unprotect the sheet. This is where you now put your password. Now say, type in your password. Remember, passwords are case sensitive. If you forget the password, you will forget the worksheet. Exactly.
No recovery process.
Recovery process. Just forget the worksheet. I have a particular worksheet that till tomorrow I can't remember the password I used, and that sheet is just useless. So I learned my lesson. Whenever I'm creating a password for sheet, because I work on so many Excel files, so sometimes I use you can adopt a pattern of passwording. If you have a pattern of passwording, then you're safe. If you do not have a pattern of passwording, then you need to write down the password and save it somewhere. So that when you need it tomorrow or in a very long time, you will not have issues. So when you type in the password here and click on OK, it's going to ask you to confirm the password. So re-enter the same thing you typed and then click on OK. So it is now passworded. So if you give someone this sheet and you don't want the person to temper, because some persons might come here to unprotect, and it's going to ask them to enter the password. If they do not know the password, they will not be able to unlock the sheet. So if they know the password, they will just type in the password and press enter, and it has opened. They can now use the sheet. Have I made any points clear?
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Good. Are you following? Are you good with this? Are you okay with this?
Yes, I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, please.
So if I send a file to someone, before the person opens the file, is it going to ask for the password, or is whenever the person wants to make any modification to ask for the password?
Now there are different stages of passwording in Excel. There's the passwording of the workbook itself. There's the passwording of the workbook. There's passwording of the sheet. And then there's passwording of modifying the workbook itself. Okay, now this one is passwording of workbook opening. Right? To open the workbook, you need a password to open the workbook itself. And then there's password to lock the sheets, like we just did now, to open the sheets to tamper with something. And then there's password of the workbook editing. All right? You can password that. This is the one here, protect workbook. But I don't want anybody to edit anything on this workbook, to change the structures, like to unhide column that I have hidden and stuff like that, or to unhide tabs that I've hidden and stuff like that. I can password it. So before they were able to unhide any column or unhide any tab that has been hidden, they will need a password to do that. That is for the workbook entirely. While this one is specific to the worksheet, the particular sheet that has some data protected cells. Now, for opening the workbook itself, like you asked, you want to send a workbook to someone and they need a password to open it. It has to do with the saving. To do that, you go to Save As, press F12, and it's going to open up Save As. And then you need to come here under Tools. First of all, you select the cell, sorry, the file name, where you want the files to be. And let me do that with another one. Let me do that with this very sheet here. Okay. Now I want to protect this sheet, this workbook, so that anybody that has it must have the password. So I'm going to select this, choose the location where I want to save it, give it a file name. Then under here, choose Tools and choose General Options. Now, under General Options, it's asking you, create a password to open the file or create a password to modify the file. Now, these two now they're different. If you want the person, if you don't want the person to modify anything at all, not just the structure. Remember, I talked about modifying of the workbook structure, meaning you can modify other things, but you cannot modify the structure. But on this case, you cannot modify anything. You cannot even type anything or change the letter A to D. That is where this password comes in. That means they can open the file, but they cannot change or do anything. It's just to view. But here, to open the file, they must have a password. And it is case sensitive. This is more deadly. If you forget the password, forget the workbook. So you type in here, password. Do not think that this is to reconfirm the password you type here. No, it's different. Each of them will ask you to reconfirm the password. This is password to open the workbook. So when you click on this, type in the password to open the workbook, click on OK. It's going to ask you to confirm that password you typed. Then you type it and click on OK. Now you click on Save. Okay, got it. Now this workbook is now password protected. Let me close this workbook and try to open it again. Now, if I try to open that workbook, I send the workbook to somebody and I didn't give the person the password. Maybe the person stole this workbook from me without my consent. You can see he's asking for password to open the workbook. If the person does not have the password, the person will not be able to open the workbook. But if the person has the password, he types it in and press on OK. He is now able to access the workbook. And he will be able to do any modification unless you have restricted them from doing that. So you can apply all stages of passwording in a particular workbook. Like this, if you're a CIA person, you can do that. Password the book for opening, password the sheet, password everything, if that is what you want.
The tools function is not on my Save As. So I can't find it. I tried to do it as you're doing it.
Can you share your screen, please?
What's that?
All right, I think we're done with navigation so far. I guess the progress is smooth. So what's a spreadsheet component? What is a spreadsheet component? Now, this is the spreadsheet. This is a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet consists of columns and rows and cells. Yeah, the spreadsheet consists of columns, rows, and a cell. Now, each of these selections is a cell, and all these selections are selected cells. That is the basic component of a spreadsheet. And then we have the tabs here, different tabs or different sheets. You can have different stuff on a particular workbook, and that workbook is unique to something that is peculiar to you. Unlike Microsoft Word, that you have just the Microsoft Word and different pages. Now, this one does not only have the sheets. The sheet has different pages in one sheet, and different sheets in one workbook. So it is very broad, which is ideal for data inventory and stuff like that. So that is the components of that. what else do I need to tell you about the components? Yeah, that is basically what I needed to show you about the components of the worksheet, the cells. And now, when you go on to your formula bar, every cell has a name, a default name. Like the selected cell here, name of this cell is I13. Why is the cell called I13? Because it is an intersection of column I and row 13. That gives us I13. Now this cell here, this cell shaded green, is called cell D3. Why is it called D3? Because it is located in the intersection of column D and row 3. That makes it D3. And so on and so forth. So every cell has a name, and you can also give it a custom name. You can choose a name for your cell. Now, I want to change the name of this cell to green. I'll just do that by clicking here and type green. The name of this cell becomes green. And so when you're making reference to this cell, you're going to call it green, not D3. Am I making sense?
Does it mean also the,
Yes.
the color will change? The color will change as well.
I'm just giving an instance, an illustration. I'm just giving it a name. It's not that the color will change.
Okay,
If I change the color to red, the cell name is still green. I'm just
Green,
saying
okay.
that you can change the cell to a custom name. So this
Custom
is a
name,
custom name. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Sir. It's no longer the default name, but the name you decide to give it.
Exactly.
Okay, sir.
Name you decide to give it, whatever kind of name. That will depend on what you're doing. It's up to you. You can choose to leave it the way it is by default, or you can choose to give it your own custom name. So that is that about components of
Spreadsheets.
short. Yeah. So let's do data entry. I already have data which I have imported. So I will just data entry. Now let's talk about rows and columns. Oh, sorry, range and tables. So we already have data entered. Now this is data entry. I will select this guy. Let me do something. I'm not going to use this one I imported. In fact, I want to close this connection. Let me close this connection. I think the connection is already closed. Right, I'll just leave this for reference sake in case I want to have something to do. So now let's enter some data. I'm going to make a short data here. I'll have, let's say, items, amount, sales, rep, dates, discounts. We'll be using this data for our exercises, so take note of them. You have to do the same thing that I'm doing. So I'm entering data. This data will have some items. Let me just go and import some items. Let me just type anyways. I have dates fruits. I have rice, beans, meat, Maggi, onion. What else? What else? What else? Cassava, yam, potato. What else? Tomato. Beef. Beef. Have. I also want to have location here. Sales. Okay, I'm missing quantity. Now, another thing you should know how to do is to insert a column or a row in between rows or in between columns. Now, I missed out something. I was supposed to type in supposed to have what we call quantity. I can do it in two ways. I need quantity to be in between amount and sales. How do I go about doing that? First, I can either select the whole of this. Now, when you select a cell like this, and you put your mouse pointer on top of it, you can see the cross sign. This thick white cross sign is for selection. So when you click and drag, it selects. But when you bring it on top of the line, it becomes an arrow pointing up, down, left, and right. This means move, means you can click and drag to move this content to any other cell, like you just seen me do. So I can click and drag it to this. Okay, it was here. I can move it like this. So I have a space now to type my quantity. Also, if I don't want to do that, I can now insert. I'll right click here on the header and choose insert. Now, whenever you're inserting a column, it appears to the left-hand side of the selected cell or the selected column. Now, this is a selected column. When I right-click and choose insert, it appears, the new column appears in between, to my left-hand side, in between this one and the other one. The same thing with a row. Let's assume I did not remember to add something. I can do that method of dragging like this to create a space, or if the situation does not allow me to drag, maybe there are so many items I cannot drag all of them, then the option of inserting comes in. Now, when you insert a row, it appears to the top of the selected row, like this. Just like when you insert a column, it appears to the left of the selected column. Remember this, do not forget it. So I can now add carrots here. Yeah. Then I can now add my quantity. That should be all caps. Then I also want to add a location. I have my store. I'm selling. I'm assuming this is my online store for records. I also want to have remaining quantity. Okay. Now we can now proceed to impute any amounts here. 1,000, 500, 1,000, 600, 500, 6,000, 4,500, 6,500. That is 4,500. That's the market price. This is 2,000 naira per rubber, and rice is about 3,000 naira per rubber, I guess. Okay, so quantity here, 50, 25, that one, 40, 5, 20, 50, 1,000, 20. Okay, so I'm entering my data, and I have this one here. My sales rep here is Joy. So this was Joy. Grace, Joe, Mark, Grace again. I'll draw here again. I'll draw here again. Mark, Brian, N, Brian, have Mark here. We have Joe, and we have Joy again. You can choose the dates if you want to. Let me leave out this date because it's going to slow me down. So let me just take that one out. To have this convocation, let's say PH ABJ, ABJ, lag as Lagos. Okay. Lag, ABJ, BH, BH, and ABJ, lag. Okay, so we have imputed data, sales. Okay, what sales are we make? Now look at this. If I want to automatically adjust my data to a column, I will just go to that column, this column, at the right hand side of that particular column that has the information you want to adjust. If your mouse pointer at the top, the line demarcating the two columns here, and double click, you can see it will automatically adjust the column to the width of the content of that column. Like that. Like this one, like this, so on and so forth. Very handy. Or you can just select the entire range and then double click on any of them, it will automatically adjust all of them. So if you have something like that, maybe you have a cell, the workbook you're working on, and you have some data that is hidden under some cells, you can just do that to reveal them. Okay, let's put in sales here. Now, sales will depend on the number of quantity that was sold and the number of quantity that is remaining. We calculated. So I want us to calculate these sales when we get to calculations. Get to calculation, basic calculations. We'll learn how to get this and that, and then the discounts. Then all of this will learn how to sum what is there. So that is data entry. And now, still on data entry, we're going to talk about formatting your data and what is range and table, like Nengi asked earlier. A range is a collection of data in column and rows that is not in a table. A range is just the data you entered and you formatted it. For instance, I can choose to format this guy manually. You can give it a manual design to format your data in a range. You just select how you want to format it. Like this, I want to give the heading this color and the font this color. I can bold that and I can centralize to the top and centralize to the center. So there are two centralization here, one in between up and down, and this one in between left and right. So this will be left, this is right, and this is center. This is up, this is down, and this is down, down. Now, this will always make sense when you have a textra. For example, you have something like this. Let me just measure the cells to show you what I mean. So I type something here. You can see where this Nigeria is. Nigeria is to the bottom. That's because this is the one that's selected. And it's in the center, from the left to the right is in the center. That's because this is the one that is selected. If I choose left, it goes to the left, but remain at the bottom. If I choose right, it goes to the right, but remains at the bottom. If I choose center, it goes to the center, but to the right. If I choose center, it is now in the center, top to bottom, left to right. If I choose here, it is still in the center, but to the left of the left and right side. If I choose this guy to the top, you see Nigeria is now to the top, but to the left. Choose it to the center, it's now to the top, but to the center, and to the right, still at the top, but to the right. So that's exactly what I did here. I always like my headings to be in the center and in the center. In case for any reason I decide to do something like this, and see it remains center and center. That is what I needed to show you. Am I making any sense? Are you following?
Yes.
All right. So this is a range. The data here is a range. You can choose to format it this way by choosing my cell, type, style, and all that. See, like this. I formatted this data. And right here, I can put total. Now this total, I want it to have a different color, maybe as same as the top, like this, and bold, maybe italic if I want it, or not. So any information here is going to be white. Total of this quantity, total sales, total quantity remaining. This is not going to have a total, of course. We have a count if you want to, if you like. Total discount, we will calculate the discount, and location. Maybe this one is count. So all this will be summation, except we will have strings. We'll have this text, not integers or numbers to say. So the difference between now, let me duplicate this guy. I'm not going to duplicate with total and paste it over here. I want to show you the difference between a table and a range. Now this guy, I'm going to undo the formatting, no field whatsoever. It's just going to be the same way I created the first time, just make this one automatic, like that. So now I want to make this guy to be a table. Then we'll now see the difference between a table and a range. So instead of me to do manual, I can decide to do this guy manually by selecting each of these row like this, because I want it to look in a very spectacular way. So I can choose to do my formatting manually instead of making it automatic with the table. I can just choose the cell color and format I want, like that. Like that. So if you observe, there are different colors variation, but just trying to make things nice. But I did this manually. I select the rows and the columns and apply the colors I want. But for here, I want it to be done automatically. So I'm going to convert this into a table. Now, this is a range. This is a range. Let me hide these grid lines so you can see very well. Now, this is a range. This is not a table. Do not mistake this for a table, because if you want to insert a pivot table now, let's assume I want to insert a pivot table. There is no table for me to insert, because pivot table works with a table, also with range anyways, but it works best with a table. Of course, it's going to convert into a table because range. So table is the best for pivot table. This is not a table. There's no table right now on this sheet. This is going to be my table. So I'm going to select that one, go to home, and under format as table, choose the design you want and choose any of this design. My table has headers, yes, because these are the headers of my table. So I'm going to say, yes, it has headers, and I'm going to click OK. So you see, my table now has, my sheet now has a range. Let me move these out so we can have a proper view of this. So this is a range and this is a table. Now I can choose to add more rows by just selecting the last cell here on this table and click on tab, and the next range appears. Sorry, the next row appears. That is number one difference between a table and a range. A range does not have that. You cannot select the last cell in a range and press tab. Nothing's going to happen. But for a table, select the last cell in the table and press the tab button on your keyboard. It produces a new formatted table row. Number one difference. Number two difference between a table and a range is that a table comes with a filter button. This is what I was talking about. These are the filter buttons in a table. A range does not have a filter button. It depends on the data and filter section of workbook to make a filter. But table do not depend on that one. It has its own filter. That's number two differences between the table and the range. Number three difference between the table and the range is that I can insert, a table has its own menu here. Once you select inside the table, you will see this menu called table design. When you click on it, it has every function that you should use with your table. But a range does not have that. When you select a range, you see that table menu has disappeared because there is no table selected. Once you select a table, it comes with this. So whenever you see this on a spreadsheet and the cell selected, know that you are using a table. Then you should know the kind of function or formula you want to use on that table. Because with the knowledge of the table and range capabilities, you will know what to do and what not to do. What I can do in this, I might not be able to do with this one, and what I can do with this one, I might not be able to do with this one. So this one here does not have that, but this one does. And secondly, from here, under this, I can choose to hide the filter buttons, or I can choose to unhide them. I can choose to hide a total row. You see here, I had to make my total manually, but for here, I just have to add, click on this, and the manual table, on the manual row, sorry, the total row will come up. I can choose to delete this function here. I right clicking, and under the table, I can choose to, I'm not saying what I need. Okay, since it depends on the role, I can just select that and delete whatever I don't want. It's been deleted. So I can delete a row if it crosses across a table like this. If I want to delete this entire row, it's going to delete everything on the path it crosses, whether on the range or on the table. So number 3 difference between this and this is that you can have a total instead, and you can select what you want. Total, none, average, count, and the rest of them. But you cannot do that with a range. Am I making sense, please? Am I making sense? Are you all with me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Our 3 hours time is elapsed, but nevertheless, I will have to finish what I have here. So this is a table and this is a range, and it is auto formatted. You can also change, you can always change the format to a different format as a choice, but you cannot do that with a range. A range you have to do manually. But here you can just select any cell inside the table. Once you select any cell inside the table itself is selected. So you can just go around and work with it. You can change the design to whatever design you want that gives you joy, that makes you happy. Go ahead and do that. The table. So this is the difference between a table and a range. You should know that. You can always convert from a table back to a range if you so desire. There are times there are some certain formulas that does not work with a table. It works only with range. And for that, you might be forced to want to change your table to a range. That sometimes you want to do some kind of calculations or some kind of function. You will get errors with a table, but with a range, you will not get those errors. So this when you now decide if you're going to use a table or a range to do what you have in mind to do. But most of the time, it comes sweet and beautiful when you use a table. And one of those things you're going to see now, as we progress, we're going to see them. So we've talked about data entry and formatting. Of course, formatting includes changing your font color, changing your font type, all those things are formatting. You can change however you want this to look like, the font sizes, the fill color, and the font itself, maybe the font color, as we may, and so on and so forth. So that is all about formatting and range. So we're done with this guy, right? Any question here? Do we have any question, please? Because we're going to this guy now, we're going to the next one, drop downs. Do we have any questions here? Are we good to go?
Yes, yes.
It's okay, Z. Are we good to go? We still have him up here. It's okay, Z. Are you here? All right, we'll proceed. I think he's.
I'm here.
Are you following?
Sure, I'm following now.
Okay, I guess you're not following before. All right. So we're moving to drop downs. Okay. Why do we need drop down? Okay, Let's see something here. I want to assign the sales rep to each of these guys. So without using, let me delete this. Now drop down is for you to select from a drop down to fill in a particular cell or range of cells. Now for the sales, I have 3 names here. I have Joy, Grace, and Joe, and Mark, and Brian. Okay. So I want to add them to my drop down list so that instead of me typing their names, I just select their names from the drop down. So in case you want to prepare a template for people and you want to give them a predefined data from a list, instead of them typing their own, you can create a drop down for them. To do that, you go to data. Make sure you select the cell where you want the drop down to appear. Select the cell, go to data, and choose this one, validation, data validation. We see it under data tools. Data validation. Under allow on certain tabs, choose lists. The data source. Now there are 2 ways to populate this. Number 1 way is you have a place for sales rep. Okay. I'm going to change this field. Now under the sales rep, we have Joy, Grace, Ryan. What's the other person's name again? We have Mark and Joe. So we have Mark and Joe. So we have these 5 sales reps. And we want people to select them, not type in their own sales rep, because we already have this in our system. So there are 2 ways to go about inserting a list, drop-down list. Number 1 is, we select this. Number 1 is to type it directly inside here and separate with a comma. Now this option is okay if the list is not much. If the list is not plenty. Maybe it's not up to 10, it's not up to 20, it's not up to 50. Maybe it's just few, maybe it's just like 3, 2, 5. I recommend that you should use nothing less more than 5 here. You can actually type them. For example, yes, no. Right? For example, you can use this one. When you click on OK, you now have yes or no. That is if the list is not much. You can just type it directly from there and choose yes or no. But if the list is plenty, up to 500, 1,000, or 20, 50, and if it is more than 5 or more than 10, then you want to go through this method. Click on this arrow to minimize this. Click on the Sheets tab where you have the data you want to populate in the drop-down list, and then select all the drop-down. You can also select an empty space in case you want to add more names to this sales rep. Select up to the point where you want the data to be populated. If there's no need to add more, just select only the data. But if you foresee that there might be need to add more sales rep in the future, then select and also add an extra space where those names will be entered, so that you don't have to come back here to do it all over again. And then press the enter button. It's going to bring it back here and click on OK. So when you see now we have Joy and Grace, you can select that. Now I don't want to do that for all these cells after the order. I can now replicate, I can now duplicate it. To duplicate a function or a cell to other cells, what you need to do is when you select the cell, now listen, whenever you select a cell, when you keep your mouse pointer on top of the cell like this, it is a big white plus. You keep it on the line of the selected cell, it becomes the move. It becomes the arrow pointing up, down, left, and right for you to move. And then when you bring it to these points here where you have this dot, it becomes a small black cross. Now this one means when you click and drag, it's going to duplicate or replicate whatever is on this cell to the other row. So you click and drag down. So when you do this for a drop-down cell, just press delete so that you delete all the selected options. So you can now select your own options for each of the cells. But that deleting is not necessary. If you want to, you can do it. If you don't want to, you can leave it that way. So I'm populating by just clicking and selecting who was the sales rep. Now, one disadvantage of range or working with range is this. You can see as I click and drag down, you saw what happened there. It removed all the colors that was there on that cell. So it's now making my table look somehow. But over here, if I bring in my data validation, select to list and the source is in sheet 2, select them like that, then press my enter button and OK. You see that this name is Prime. Now I want to make sure I have the same drop down on all these other cells. So you see when I click and drag like this, press my delete button, you can see that nothing happened. It did not change my formatting. It did not alter it like it altered this place like this. And I still have my drop down list. I can still select who I want to select into each of the cells. That boy, Grace, so forth. Joe here, Joe there. Sugar 650. Quantity sold was 25, and sales rep was Grace. Location. So we can also do this one drop down for locations. So that's going to be your quick assignment. I want you to make something exactly like this. The sales rep column and the location column must be dropped down with the names of the sales reps and the locations. Now, this one they have to type in. I don't want typing. I want them to be able to select. So I need to create on that drop down. I'm going to call here back end. That's the title of my sheet. This back end is for me to be able to put some formats. So this is location. I'm going to put PH, ABJ, Lagos. I think I just need those ones. And then I can come here to my drop down, delete everything here, press the delete button, and then create a validation and list. Select the source, I go to back end, and select my location. I don't want to add more. So that's why I just select the only three I have there. And click on OK after pressing the enter button. And then I have my drop down list. Cells. So I can now select my locations. PH, ABJ, ABJ, Lagos, Racket. Yes, go ahead, Nangi. Go ahead.
Sorry, where do I get that data validation under data?
Data tools.
Data tools. Okay.
You see a small arrow there, click on it and choose data validation.
So you said
Right?
our task.
Now your task is to make this table exactly what you see here, or you can do your own table, but with the same format, and make sure you have the items, quantity, amount, then the sales column, the remain quantity column, the sales rep column, discount column, and location column. Now the sales rep column must be dropped down. multiplication column must be a drop down, just like you see in my own here. And then I want to make a column. I want to now duplicate this to create a table range, sorry, a range and a table, just like I've done.
Okay.
10 minutes.
10.
You can make just make sure the columns are exactly the same with mine, but your rows, you can make fewer items, like let's say just 5 items.
Okay.
5 line items. All right, go ahead. You have 10 minutes. All right, time is up. So let's see what you've done so far. Who is ready to share?
Me.
Go ahead.
Can you see?
Okay, it's good. It's visible now. All right, so where is the range and where is the table?
This
right,
is
that's
the range.
Okay, that's the range already.
So this is the sales rep. Location.
Right.
And
let's see your drop down your location, please.
Location.
You are populating. You didn't populate your locations.
Populated how?
Select the location and choose one location from what you selected.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Make it random. Just make it because we'll be needing those data. Something.
Okay. Okay.
Population two.
Must I the same population? Must I use the same population I use for the range for the table?
No.
Okay.
Just make it random.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Okezie can share his screen.
All right. Very quickly, the next done drop downs. So the next thing is let's go to sum. Then we'll do max, mean, counts, and all the rest of them like that. So the first one, summation is simply addition to add what we have on our rows or the columns. Now add all these things together. How do we add all these things together? Now by mesh selecting them like this, by mesh selecting them, you will see the total here. Are you seeing this place? Once you select a cell or a range like this that has figures, just look here, you will see the total sum. 40,350. The count is 12. What is enough count? Count is the total number of cells that contains the information that you selected. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's the count. That's what we have 12 there. And then average. The average of this selection is this figure. So now we want this one, sum here, with the total. How do we get sum? So that's the sum function we want to talk about now. The sum function is equality sign, SUM, open parenthesis. Equality sign, SUM, open parenthesis. There are two ways to do this. One is for you to enter the formula manually, or you click and drag. Now, to initiate a formula, to initiate the function, you start with the equality sign. Once you type equality sign, that cell becomes a calculator. Now look at this. If you don't know how to get a calculator on your system and your Excel is open, you want to do a quick calculation, just open Excel or any sheet. The moment you press equal to, that cell is now a calculator. For example, 45 times 2, enter, is 90. Equal to 45 plus 86 is 113. Understand? Once you
Yes, sir.
press the equality sign, Excel becomes a calculator. You can calculate anything you want to calculate now. 5 times 20 is 100. So the equality sign is used to initiate calculation and function formula in Excel. So any cell that begins with equality sign is about to enter a formula. So now the formula for summation is equality sign SUM, which is sum. And then where are we summing? Just click and drag to the point that ends with the figure. Where the figure starts and where it ends, and close your parentheses. So we are summing from cell C15 to cell C16. You press your enter. That gives you this figure. Now, because this is a monetary value, we want to have the comma, so we use comma. Let's make it, let's assume we're using the dollars. We can also use the Naira sign, but the Naira sign is not here by default. If you want a Naira sign by default, you can come to more accounting options, select this one, and then under this symbol, click here, you will see all the symbols. You want to see Nigerian symbols, whether it's Hausa, Yoruba, anyone, just select any of them. It's the same thing. And then click OK. You can see it's now Naira. Do the same thing here. Select everything. Go to this place. Choose more. Select that one. Scroll down to where you have the Naira sign and select which of the Naira that you want. And you have that. Any currency you want to work with. Now, there's difference between accounting symbol and the currency symbol. Now, let me use sales. For this sales, let me use currency symbol here. Now, this is accounting symbol. I'm going to use currency symbol here. But first, we've done addition here.
Addition,
So let
yes,
us do under addition for this particular cell. I'm not going to do addition for this quantity. I want to do addition for this one, this sales. You can predefine a cell based on a preceding cells or rows ahead of it. So that when information enters there, information that are numbers, it will do calculation by itself.
Okay.
So here, just quality sign, SUM, sum. I'm going to tell Excel,
To
sum
calculate.
all these cells. Now, whenever anything enters there, you tell me the total. You see what I did?
Yes, sir.
Press enter. Right now it is 0 because there's nothing there. Now, by the time we now start putting figures here, this thing will begin to sum by itself. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Mengi, are you following?
The formula, sorry, I didn't, is it some open parentheses, that's bracket or slash? Bracket, right?
Parenthesis is policy sign,
Bracket.
SUM, open bracket, that is parenthesis.
Then
Type in the
close it.
cell, well, summing from cell 5, C5, right? Colon C16. Or
Okay.
C16 rather. It's going to capture and give you the equality sign. You can see that. That is it. So now, that is about sum. Now let us do multiplication. Now for you to get sales, the quantity of that was sold, right? Let's change it to sold quantity. Now you can see as I type sold quantity, I'm not seeing some things here. It's hidden. Now this is what I think what I told you about here.
Can drag
Double-click.
it.
You can just double-click to adjust it automatically instead of dragging. It is better to
Okay, double click and adjust it.
Yes. All right. So now for sales, you know how much I was sold? It is this one times this one. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The amount times the quantity sold will tell you the sales. So to do that, remember, is quality sign initiates calculator for Excel. What are we calculating? The amount
times what quantity sold.
Exactly. So the times is asterisk. Asterisk is times. That is it. So this times this, you press enter. You can see Now, accounting, I want to use currency. I want to use currency. And let me
Please
change
repeat
that
this
currency.
last one. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, I will do that again. Now, let me do this. To get the sales, it is this times the total quantity that was sold. This is the cost price or the selling price or the amount times the total quantity sold, you get sales. So it's going to be equality sign. This here, asterisk, which is multiplication, this sign. So cell C5 times cell D5 gives us $175,000. Then we want it to be in Naira. I'm going to select that cell, come back here, under currency, look for Naira. And choose OK. So now what's the difference between accounting and currency? Do you observe any difference?
Yes,
You can drag over.
the Naira value changed.
Both of them are Naira now. This one is Naira, this one is Naira.
The it changes to this thing. I think it uses the dollar rate. The rate is different.
No, that is not the difference. I'm talking about this sign. Both of them are Naira. What changed? What is different from this and this? Nengi, can you spot the difference? Do you know what happened? What is the difference between this currency and this accounting? Now remember, this is a number bar, number function. This number function translates the cell to this corresponding attribute. Right now, this cell is under accounting attribute, and this other cell is under currency attribute. Now, both of them have the same symbol, but this is currency. Sorry, this is currency and this is accounting. What is the difference?
Amount is currency, sales is accounting, right? Or am I mixing it?
Yes, sales is currency, amount is accounting. Now, what do you observe?
I don't know if it's an observation, but what I'm seeing is that the Naira symbol for the amount is far apart from the one in sales. I don't know if that's the difference anyway.
Exactly, that's just the difference.
Sorry?
That is it. That's the difference. That's just the difference.
Oh, okay.
What's the difference? I didn't get it clearly.
The amount, the symbol in amount is far apart from the actual amount. Then look at the sales. The figures are kind of joined together with the symbol.
Okay. I can see it. Okay, yeah, it's true. Why is one the other one under carrot and the yam? There's nothing, and also the tomato. There's nothing there, sir.
That's because the
Whenever,
space, you need to increase the space for it to show.
exactly. Whenever the cell is not sizable enough for the content, you have this hash, you have this thing. Now, when you just double click on the heading, it adjusts itself. Now you see, currency looks scattered.
Okay, this one is accounting.
Okay. Accounting, you see the Naira are in straight lines on the same level, irrespective of this of the sizes of the money. But here, currency, the symbols or the Naira symbol attaches to the money, so making this to be scattered. So if you want your job to look neat, then you use accounting. So I always prefer using accounting so that my stuff will be better. Sorry, for my cells on the number, use the Naira sign. So you now see everything is now arranged in order. So you know how I got all this? This cell times this cell gives me this value. So instead of me to do it one after the other, what did I do? I just click and drag all the way down. And you can see this cell has automatically calculated what is here. So now I need you to do your own calculation. This cell times this cell gave us this value. That's why we have the quantity sign. See the formula there? D5 times D5 gave us this, right? So for quantity remaining, how do we get the quantity remaining?
In the first place, there was no, it did not give, I wasn't, the quantity, total quantity was not defined.
Exactly, that is correct. So for us to know quantity remaining, we need to define the quantity that was in stock. The stock quantity is not defined. So there must be stock quantity and there must be sold quantity for which have the remaining quantity. So for us to do that, I'm going to insert amount in stock or stock quantity, if you may, into Y. So we have stock quantity and then we have sold quantity. I'm going to populate this.
It's too, okay, won't it be too much?
How?
Okay, it's okay, it's a number.
So that is my quantity, and I'm going to separate with a comma and then remove that double zero because it is not monetary value. Monetary value should have 0.0 something 0.00 and the rest of them. So now, how do we get the remaining quantity?
Stock quantity minus sold quantity.
How class work? I need you to do all this calculation we just did, and I want to see your own quantity remaining. You have five. Go ahead, ask your question.
I want to drag my table down. It's not working. I want to drag it like the entire table. I want to move it from one location to the other.
Like this now, you selected it, and then you drag like this, and it didn't work. I just dragged mine and it worked.
What? Which of the arrow am I looking at? I've tried it severally, it's not working.
But you see, I'm moving mine left and right. You see, it's working.
Hello.
What are you dragging? Now listen, you're not following the tree. Look at my mouse pointer. Mouse pointer is white, right? Mouse pointer is white.
I've done it.
Oh, fine, good.
So, speaking of, are you in Lagos?
No, I'm not.
That's Lagos language.
So now, all right. So while you are going to do all this calculation and make this one work, all right, I'll be leaving you for like 10-15 minutes to break my fasting and pray. And before I come back, you should have been done. I want to see the quantity remaining, the sales, the stock quantity. You have to insert the way I've inserted mine, and then do all these things, and let's see how you're going. All right, see you in 15 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Time is up for your assignments. Please.
Welcome back.
Thank you. You done?
I'm done.
I'm not done, sir. I'm not done, sir.
Okay, Nanki, go ahead and let's see what you've done.
Okay. Okay. Oh, this is it.
Okay, we have stock quantity. The not sell 50s. Okay, that's correct. 55, 1200. So let's see your formula.
Okay.
Click on the F4. Okay, that is
F4. Okay.
double click twice, double click in that cell. All right. We have B4 minus D4. Okay, that's good. Same thing with now. Is that a table?
Yes.
Did you manually type in the cell number or you selected?
I selected.
That's not supposed to be. If you had selected, I'm not supposed to see the cell number. I'm supposed to see stock quantity minus quantity sold.
Okay, I know what happened. I copied and pasted.
That's it. That's why I said you didn't do the right thing there. You didn't select. Okay, fine. Now the difference between a table and a range is this. Click outside and delete that first context.
Okay.
Press equality sign. No.
Equality. Okay.
You just go ahead, delete everything, and you're going to see the magic. Delete everything.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Equality sign.
Now click on that one. You see that? That's what you're supposed to see. Minus. Yeah. You did not press the minus.
Oh shit. Oh God. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Click on that one. Any of them up. You're pressing the control. Aha. Minus. And click on the other one.
What's wrong with this system? Sorry.
Well.
Equals to this minus this.
Good. You see that?
Yes.
At stock minus at stock. So press enter and that happens. That's a magic. This is the difference between a range and a table. It sees what you've done and it auto-populates on the subsequent cell. So it does that for every other cells that is with the same formula pattern.
So I don't need to duplicate like I did for the range.
That is the difference between the range and the table. You don't need that. Just do one, take care of the rest.
The table has many advantages then.
Of course, yeah, it does. But there are some instances where the table might be a little bit problematic, that it only works with the range on what you might want to do. So you have to put that in the back of your mind. When that time comes, you know that, okay, this might not be working with the table. Try to use the range to see if it works. And then it might just work with the range.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So we're going to do discounts. Mr. Okay, how much time do you need? Because we want to proceed to the discount.
Yes, sir.
Now we want to do another one. We've done some, and we also did some multiplication, subtraction. So let me just put here subtraction, multiplication. Okay. We can also do division. It's just all those things on part of it. And practice this one by yourself. Try to do division on something. All that. So we're going to do max. This one is very simple. We're going to use max here. We want to see, check for max later. Now let me scroll down. I want to see max sales. Highest sale. Lowest sale. Okay, for max. And the sum is. Okay, for max, let's do for max and min. Now for highest sale, maybe you want to report to someone or your boss or whoever that wants to see the highest sale of today's sales, okay, or for these sales in this report. I want to see the highest sale. To do that, use max. Lowest sale, use mean. Average sale. Average sale, use average. So for this one, highest sale will be equality sign, then max, right? Open brackets. For sales, you select the whole of this. And that is F5.
So max is sales, right? Anything highest, in essence.
Yes, anything highest. Yeah. Anything lowest is mean.
Okay.
So for the highest sale on this report, I'm going to do max F5 colon F16. Now the column means 2. Just like say F5 to F16. Instead of you to type 2, you use colon. So the column represents 2. I'm making sense. That's it.
No.
Then you, yeah, I'm making sense.
Column F5
Not minus column F16. Look at this. That's the formula here. That's the formula. So my highest sale is 2.7 million. And if we check here, 2.7 million is tomatoes. Tomatoes. Then here I'm going to see items, highest sale, amount, items. We're going to do something here now. And this thing we're going to do is part of data analysis. Use Excel to do that. So for amount, highest sale we have 2 million, lowest sale we have this average. Now, average is not going to have an item. Just going to be now. This is where we're going to use a function that is not part of this. Let me just add it. Let me add a function here. That function is called VLOOKUP.
Okay, VLOOKUP.
This VLOOKUP is part of advanced function, but let me just put it here because we're not going to do the mixture of it. Okay. So now let's count. So we've done the maximum. So that's how to get max. The mean. How do we get mean? What is the minimum value? So now the nomenclatures that your bosses or whoever your clients may use may not be this max mean. They may say, okay, I want to see the highest quantity, or I want to see the highest sales, or I want to see the highest volume, or anything highest. Just know that you're looking for max in a particular range of data. It is the max you're looking for. But they may not know that is the max function anyways. They may not even know how to use Excel. They are just telling you what they want. It is now left for you to know the function to give them what they want. So when someone told me or tells me that I want to see the highest sales in this report sheet or in this report data set, I know that how to get this highest sales is to use the max function by selecting the range of the sales with the max function, and it gave me this. Now, this cell can be up to 200 cells, 200 rows, 500 rows. So you cannot just look at each one after the other to tell which one is the highest. But this function here can give you the highest. Okay. And another trick you can do to get the highest with just a site without sailing through all this is to use the sort method or to sort this data, which we learned earlier. But I'll go back to that later. Now the minimum, I'm going to use the equality sign. Min, open bracket. Then the same sales, because it's all about the sales now. And close parentheses and press enter. Minimum sales here, or the lowest sale is 10,000. 10,000, and that is it here. This lowest sale is onion. Why the highest sale is what? Tomatoes. So you can see now I want this item to be selected. Item here should show me the item for this value by automatically. Once any amount enter here, it should tell me the item that has that amount. Like in this case now is tomato. Now supposing this was like 200, 500, how am I going to know? To use a function. Now what is the average sale in this report? Quality sign, average. That's it. Then you select the average. The average is this amount. Average sale is roughly 500,000 naira on the average, based on the figures we have here. Total sales here is 6.115 million or 1185 million. Then the average sale is this. So are we following? Am I making sense?
Yes, sir.
This one is not difficult, right? Very simple. You should always remember the formula to use when you're being asked of these things. So we've closed out on the mean. Count. What is a count? Count tells us the number of items for which we have all these figures. Now, let me use count here. I want to count the number of items we have here. How many items do we have here? Without counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many items do we have there? Use a quality sign, C-O-U-N-T. O-U-N-T. Now, this counts the number of cells that are not empty. Number of cells that are not empty. And we're going to count from here. I don't want to count quantity. I want to count this one. Let me take it out of this place. I'm going to say total items. Number of items. To count the number of items, I'm going to. I'm going to say equality sign, C-O-U-N-T. Now count the number of cells in a range that contains numbers. So I'm going to count about this cell. I have 0. You know why? There are different counting. There's count to count alphabets, there's count by default. The count is strictly for numbers. Now there's count for blank spaces, and there's count for cells or range that are not blank, whether it is numbers or alphabets. Now, these are the 3 counts that we have. So for me to count the ones that I have here, that is not numbers. So I'm definitely going to use the count that counts the number of cells that are not empty. You can count number of cells that are empty in a particular range row. So in this case, if I use this count, it's giving me 0 because there are no figures here. That's why we have 0. So I'm going to change this to count A. Count A tells you cells that are range that are not empty. You press enter. See that we have 12 items here. Now, these other counts, like this number of range here that are blank. Let's say number of blank cells. Now these cells are blank. I want to see how many cells are blank there. Empty sign, so you can see blank here. Number of cells is the range are empty or blank. Then I select my range, G5 to G15. Tells me that 12. Now by the time I start entering figures here, you see that this number will start to reduce. For example, if I enter something here, quantity remaining. Now, how do we calculate quantity remaining? We already did that. The quantity sign, stock minus. So, I have quantity remaining. You can see this guy has become 11. By the time I bring it down here, or by the time I replicate up to this point, you can see this guy is now remaining 7. Tells me that there are 7 blank spaces remaining. If you count this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So by the time I finish calculating, calculating all my cells, you can see this guy becomes 0. Tells me that there are no blank cells. This one is the number of items. Number of blank cells. Are you following?
Yes, sir.
I have a
We have
question.
this. Go ahead, please.
The one of yam is empty.
Yam is empty. It is not empty because we have something inside, which is the formula, and it gives us 0. This is 0. This is equivalent to 0. So it's not going to be seen as an empty cell. And when I delete it completely, if there's nothing inside there, for you to see the true content.
Okay, yeah, okay, I've seen it. 20. It was sold, nothing left.
Yeah, so it's 0 that's remaining. So that 0 is regarded as something in the cell. So there's actually nothing. There's no blank spaces here. So this is not a blank space.
Okay, sir, I've seen it, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, the count A, is it actually a function in the Excel, or you just have to name it to whatever thing you want? Count something like count C, count this, and the count blank too. Is it actually a function or just a name we attach to the count?
All function in Excel. Count is a function for cells that are not empty. Count blank are cells that are empty, and normal count is to count the cells that have numbers. So they are all functions in Excel.
Okay. Thank you.
So the formula for count it has to be equals to count blank.
It depends on what you want to count, sir.
Like before you gave this particular answer, remaining quantity was blank before. Yes. So the place you highlighted, it should become blank. Numerated become blank. So
yes, count blank is to count blank cells or empty cells.
Okay, sir. All right, sir.
So which one counts both numbers and alphabets?
Numbers and alphabets is count
A.
Count A. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Count A counts number and alphabet. Count blank counts only blank cells.
Blank cells.
White number counts cells that has numbers.
Okay, count without A counts all numbers.
Yes, it counts cells that has only figures.
Okay, sir.
For example, now I have this. Okay, I have this.
Wow, serious.
I say this is a mixture of figures and numbers, and I use counts, right? The quality counts. Let me say cells with figures, cells with alphabets, empty cells. Then I see this, guys. Let me do this. All right, so I want to count cells with figures. Equality sign, COUNT. All right. Selecting the whole of this range. The cells with figures are 5 cells. That's cells. Now let's count the cells that has only alphabet.
Count A.
Count A, we count everything.
Okay, count A, we count everything. Okay.
That'll be more. Now empty cells.
Count blank. Blank.
Blank, which is this one here. And then the 3 blank cells, which is this 3 here. Then total cells. Now, total cells will be what?
No, but I've not done the count cells with alphabet.
Yes, I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Now count A with this one. A total of 9 cells. Now count A, total cells will count cells that has both numbers and figures, everything. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No. Now it's missing out. Let me do this. Let me do this. Now it's not counting total cells, right? We're going to use this function, the AND and the OR function, and we'll do some if later. We've not even done if. Let's do if. In this case, if will be needed. Right? In this case, if will be needed. For us to get this function, for us to get this one and this one correctly, this is not correct because it's only counting the cells that have this one like this. Now, I want cells. I want to be able to count only the cells that are with alphabets, which is this one. So how will I do that? I'm going to command this guy, count the cell, whether they have that doesn't have figures with the if function. But before we go to if function, let's conclude on this one first. So we've done this one. So we're still on counts, but we'll come back to counts to complete this counts with the if function. I'm going to do counts, blank, counts, for counts, cell, counts, count blank, counting into cells, and all that. So let us see how we do this. Now, this is where Excel comes very, very tricky and handy sometimes. You need to know how to use the if formula. The if formula, let's go straight to if formula. Or let's start with the AND. We'll come back to the if and some if. Let's start with the AND and this one. No, before I come here, let's finish with some if. Let me do the some if first. We'll get back to this part. Get back to this part. Now, what is the use of the sum if? Sum if is to sum calculation based on some condition. There has to be a condition to sum some of these things. Like this guy here now is having a negative value. When you see something like this, it means this guy is negative, meaning they sold more than what is in stock. So where did they get 78 items from to sell? That is what you're seeing in brackets here. So it's supposed to be minus 78. So what we need to do is to either increase this or reduce the sales. So we reduce the sales to 200, and then it will be corrected. Now let's sum. Where does sum if come in? Oh, now do the if. Now we want to see all the sales that sales rep did, that the sales rep did. how much did each sales rep do? That's what we want to see. So I'm going to call on Joy. How much did Joy sell? Right? Joy. Right? And I want to see how much did Joe sell, Grace, Mark, and who again? Brian. So I want to see each of their sales. How much did they sell, each of them? This is where we now use sum if. This is the formula. There are three different categories of inputs for you to calculate sum if. Now, if we check, Joy made a sale of 2.8. So anywhere there's Joy, if we calculate Joy, now this is Joy, this is Joy. Okay. Now Joy is this one here and this one. These two cells makes 2.8. We can say it's correct to what is here. So that's our own sales. Now for Joe, we'll do the same thing. Equality sign, sum if. Now the first category is the range. The first range is where this range here means the range that has the name of the person or the place or the thing that you're summing against. So now the first range is the name of the sales rep, comma. The criteria. Now the criteria is the person here, which is Joe. Select Joe. Anywhere you see Joe, any of the Joe, you just select it. Then comma. Then the sum range is the range that has the sales which you want to calculate. Press that and press that. The same thing for Grace. Do this one. Now, it might take the whole day. Let's assume we have 20, assume we have 20 or 50 sales reps. We cannot start doing this one after the other for all the 50 reps. So we can do just one trick to make sure it works the way we want it to work. So this is what's going to happen. So this is how we to do one after the other here. I'm going to make this to be a drop down for select for the drop down for the reps. So I can just select the reps. Where do I get the value for this? Get them right here. Press enter. So I get this drop down here. So if I choose Joy, it changes to Joy. If I choose this, it changes to that one, and that one changes to that one. So how do I go about that? So if I choose Grace, it should show me Grace's sales. If I choose Mark, it should show me Mark's sales. Now to do this, we'll just go back to the formula and edit. Now we've taken the first range, which is the sales rep range, and then the criteria is going to be here because whatever is going to be here is from here. So we choose this place as a criteria, and then the sum remains the way it is, and we choose OK. You can now see Mark has 886 sales. So this is Mark, this is Mark, and this is Mark again. So Mark has this one, and this one. Look at it, there is 868,000. That's what we're seeing here. So we can just select anybody. Joy has this amount. I select another person, Brian have that amount. I select this other person, Mark, and Joe, and Grace. Did that make sense here? Are you following?
Yes, sir.
No.
Oh, where did they get lost?
I'm tired.
Yeah.
Where did I get lost? This
The range, I think it has a lot of formula. It has a lot of things, Abi.
Yes, this place where you try to put the drop down and then you change something in the criteria. I think that's where I got lost.
Now, let me explain first. It might be overwhelming. Want to start checking, calculating for each of these sales rep. There could be 50 sales rep. There could be 200 sales rep. And somebody says, I want to see the value of each of this rep. For you to do the value of each of those reps, you have to enter this formula for each of them one after the other, and which can take weeks for you to do that, or days, or the whole day if you may. Now, to make it simple, this is a formula for sum if. Equality sign, sum if, open bracket. Now we have range here, criteria and sum range. The range, the first range has to do with the interest. And the interest here are the sales rep. We want to see the amount of sales for each sales rep. So the sales rep here is our interest. So that range becomes the first range where we have the interest people. Now select the range of our interest, comma, the criteria. Now what's the criteria? Criteria is you're telling Excel, this one that I'm selecting now, Grace. Anywhere you see Grace, give me all this total sum for Grace, right? But instead of me to select it from here, I will just create a drop down and choose that drop down as my criteria, because whatever is in this drop down is already in this range, isn't it? So that's why I choose the drop down. The drop down must be the names of the sales rep. So what Excel will do, Excel will check on this drop down, the one you selected, and it's going to cross references from here and check the calculations for the person that is being selected here. Then the range, the sum range is the range that has the actual figures you want to sum for the selected sales rep. Now, in this case, this is our selected range for sales. Have that, and I close the parentheses, and okay. You see? So wherever there's Grace, that's the figure. And when you select this guy, Mark, that's the figure, the same thing here. Do you follow now?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right, we proceed. So this is sum if. Just close that for sum if. You can use it for so many things, not just for sales. For example, you're going to use your assignment is you're going to do sales for each of the cities. You select Abuja. I want to see the total number of sales in Abuja. You select you're going to do a drop down. You select drop down for Lagos. Just like here, I want to see like this one is sales rep. This one is by sales rep. By sales rep. So you're going to do by city. That will be your assignment. By city, so that when you select the drop down here, it tells me how much was sold in that for that city. Okay. So that's for that one. Some has been closed out. Now end and or function if and VLOOKUP. For the and is a very strict, is a Boolean function that tells you either yes or no. It tells you true or false. The and function is either it is a true or a false statement. For example, what does the and do? It checks to confirm what you are asking it. It tells you this thing you said is true, or it tells you this thing you said is false. For example, let's use the and function. Quantity sign and. You say and this cell is equal. This cell is equal to what? Yam. Right? You're asking Excel, is this cell equal to yam? To tell you true, yes, it is equal to yam. That's the basic function of the Boolean and function. You ask the cell again, is this cell equal to beef? Tells you false, that cell is not equal to beef, as in that cell does not contain beef, or that cell does not contain anything except what? Yam. So this cell here, which is E27, is saying false that B13, which is this one, It's telling that B13 does not contain beef. Am I making sense?
No, sir. I can't. Sir, please, sir. Can I really?
It's still parenthesis, right?
Yes, parentheses. Now, listen. When you're typing a string means text. When you type a text, you must use double quotes to wrap it up. Like you must start with the double quotes, put the text, and close with the double quotes. Okay? But if it is a figure, you don't need to put any double quote, just type the figure. You just say like, okay, for example, let me use this one. Let me use this guy, 50. And this cell is E5. We're asking the cell, is E5 equal to, tell you true. It says yes, the cell is equal to 50. If you now ask it, is this cell equal to 40? It tells you false. See, this is the formula. The formula is a question to Excel, and the answer is false. Do you understand now?
Yes.
Am I making sense?
Yes.
Am I making sense? Are you there, Kizzy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I making sense now? This cell, okay, let me ask you, Mr. Kizzy, is
Yes,
this
sir.
cell equals to 50? Is cell E5 of my system equals to 50?
Yes.
That is just it. That is what the AND function does. It tells you what you're asking it. You're asking it equality sign and E5 equal to 40. It tells you true or false. Now in this case, E5 is not equal to 40 because it is wrong. It's 50. Now if I ask this cell greater than, is this cell greater than 40? It says yes, because this is 50 and 50 is greater than 40. So we are using this greater than sign, okay, less than sign, equality sign, and greater or equal to than, greater or equal to, or less than or equal to, or not equal to. These are all the arithmetic symbols that works with the and the or, even with the if statement. So this is greater than, this is less than, this is equal to, this is greater than or equal to, this is less than or equal to, and this is not equal to. Not equal to. This two means not equal. So you can use it to ask Excel equations. Okay, let me ask Excel again. If this sign,
You say it works with
cell,
and what?
the or statement, the and statement, the if statement, you can use them. You can use all these things for logical calculation or coding Excel, right? So you can ask Excel, is E5 less than 40? This is E5. Is it less than 40? Excel says false. This guy is not less than 40. This guy is higher than 40. So let's ask Excel again. Is this guy less than? Okay, is this sign greater than or equal to 40? The answer will be true because you've used 2 in 1. Either is greater or equal to. So Excel has checked. It is greater than, but it is not equal to. So it chooses greater than and it becomes true. So it's correct. That is for the AND statement. So we can use the AND statement. We can manipulate formulas to include AND statements to get a desired result. I'm teaching you this because we are going to come here. We're going to use this to solve this problem here. I have a problem here unsolved. We need to calculate the cells with alphabets because Excel does not provide that function. Excel only provides the function of counting cells with with figures, cells that are empty, and cells that are not empty. Excel does not provide the formula or the function to calculate cells with alphabets, and does not give us the function to calculate a total cell, the total cell in a range, whether it is with alphabets, figures, or blank. So the combination of these the combination of these, and these will provide or produce the answer to these two places here. So now we've known how to use the AND statement. The AND statement checks and returns a true or false response based on what you ask. Yes, it checks to answer true or false. Now, you can use AND statement for multiple cells at the same time. I can ask a cell, is E5 equal to or greater than 50? And is this same E5, sorry, I mixed that one. Is E5 equal to 50? And is the same E5 greater than 45, right? Now, before I press enter, what will be the answer?
True.
Is it true or false?
True.
Answer is true, because the cell is greater than 50, and the same time, sorry, greater than 45, at the same time equal to 50. Now, if I ask a cell, is this cell less than 50, and is that same cell greater than 45? What do you think will be the answer?
True.
Thank you.
True. The answer will be true.
Yeah, that's your own answer. Nengi, what's your answer? What do you think will be the answer?
I think it's true because it's greater than 45.
Okay. Answer is false.
How is it false, sir?
Because the AND statement tells you that everything about that cell must be true, or everything about that cell is, the AND statement does not compromise. It does not say it's either this or this. Everything about the cell must be true. Anything other than that is false. That is the AND statement for you. As long as one of the arguments, we have two arguments here, this argument and this argument. As long as one of the arguments is false, this cell will return false for everything. So for you to get a true statement from the AND function, everything must be true. Now look at this one. And this cell is equal to 50, it's greater than 50, and it's less than 100. What would this turn out to be? Hold on, E5, the same cell, E5. What do you think this will give us?
In the first place, I don't. It's less than. It's false.
False?
It's
Okay,
less than 100.
It's true. So it cannot be false. If it's less than 100, it's true now. It's not false. You cannot be saying it's true and false at the same time. Okay. If this cell is less than 100, this same cell is greater than 45, and this same cell is equal to 50. So Excel tells you it's true. Okay. So the AND statement returns only truth. Okay, let me just say the AND statement is a truth teller. It tells only the truth. It does not lie. Anything other than the truth, it is false. That's the AND statement for you. Now, what about the OR statement? Let's change this to OR statements. The OR statement tells us that this is true. Now, all statements can compromise. If one is true, it will tell you it's true. If both of them are false, it will tell you it's false. But if one is true and one is false, it will tell you it's true. Right? So answer is like, is this cell this or this? It will not check the one that is most correct and give you that one. Now, here everything is true because or this guy is bigger than this, or this guy is that. Now let's change this one now to less than. Is this cell less than 40? Excel tells you it's true. Whereas, sorry, the or statement tells you it's true. Whereas the true statement will tell you it's false. Now, this cell is false for answer because it is not less than 40. But because these other two are correct, the or statement tells you is true. So now, if we make this one to be false, let me just delete one. So we have one that is true, we have one that is false. What do you think the answer will be if I press enter? For the or statement or the or function. The OR function is E5 equal to, okay, OR statement, E5 equal to 50 and the same E5 less than 40. What do you think OR statement will tell us? True or false?
True.
Okay, Zay, what's your opinion?
It's true.
Let us find out. Yes, it's true. Because the OR statement will always check for the most correct one and return true. So it's telling you anyone that is okay, anyone that is correct, return. That is the OR statement. But the AND statement means everything must be correct. So you can use that one to formulate something, to get something to help you do your job very fast. Now that's for the OR statements. Now let's check the if statement. Now we're going to calculate discount based on if statement. We're going to apply a discount code of, let's say our discount is 35%, right? Now, for us to use the percentage, you must make sure you select the cell and click on this guy here. So this cell is now a percentage cell. Let me just make it green. So this is the percentage cell now. If I put 35%, you see that's 35% there. Now I want to calculate discount. I want my discount to be if this sales, if a particular sale is greater than 100,000, give. Sorry, if a particular sale is greater than let's say 100, let's say 100,000, 150,000, we'll give a discount of 35%. Otherwise, if it is not up to 100,000, the person pays the exact amount. So let's do that. Equality sign, we use if statements to achieve this. Now we're going to say if this cell is greater than what? 450,000, right? Okay. We're going to do what? We're going to do a discount calculation. And what is the discount calculation? It's going to be the sales amount by this percentage. So it's going to be, so we're going to go a discount price from the cost price here, from this amount here. So this 1,000, we're going to deduct 35% from the amount.
Please, that thing is 15,000, not 150.
Oh yeah, that's correct. Thanks. So that is 150,000. This is 150,000. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So Excel is going to do this. We're going to say this times this, right? Otherwise, return only this guy. Otherwise, no discount. Otherwise, zero. Discount will be zero. Zero means no discount. So if this guy is greater than 150,000, then discount should be 35% of the sales amount. Press enter. You can see that the price here, let's use accounting. So this guy have a discount of 1,200. Now we'll do the same thing again, but if you want to replicate, whenever you want to replicate, always be careful. If you reference a cell outside the range you are trying to replicate, you must lock that cell, otherwise you will get error. Now, why does it lock it? Because when you drag down like this, you see, I have this. Okay, this is 0 because it's up to 100%. But I drag down, I'm going to have error somewhere. Watch. Are you seeing this error? It's because as you drag down, by default, this is the cell you reference. When you drag down, Excel will reference the next one. You drag down again, Excel will reference the next one. So it's you keep referencing, and it's to reference the places that will produce error. For example, it has referenced this one. That's why we have error here, because this is not even the figure in the first place, and we're out of the percentage area. So we have this value. So how do we make sure that, irrespective of how we drag, it references only this guy? You have to lock this cell, which is this D5. So is it D5? K2, right? K2 here. So select K2 and press the function key F4. The function key F4 on your keyboard is going to lock the cell with this symbol like this. Then you press enter before you click and drag. Otherwise, you have errors. You can now see all these cells are referencing. Sorry?
Explain this last part. Explain this last part again, please.
All right, now we have values. Whenever you're replicating actions, like here, we replicated because we were not referencing any cells. So everything is correct. The same thing here, we replicated, or where did I place? Anywhere you replicate an action that you're not referencing a different cell from that range, you will not have issues. But whenever you want to replicate and you reference a cell in that calculation, you must lock that cell. The reason is this. If you look at this now, right? Where do we have the percentage? K2. Is that correct? Yes, K2. So if you look at this first cell, you can see K2 is our percentage reference. Now, when I click and drag without locking, you can see that my reference is now pointing on the blank space for the second one. The same thing here. You can see my reference is now pointing at the next blank space for this one, and so on and so forth. See this one that has error, see where the reference cell is pointing, ABA. So to avoid this problem, whenever you're referencing a cell that you know you're going to replicate, lock that reference cell in your formula, the first one, by selecting, or when you're entering it, when you click D5 times this one, just press F4, the function key on your keyboard. It's going to lock the cell. You're going to see something like $sign and the number and $sign and stuff like that. It means you've locked this to this formula. So like when you click and drag down, it will still be referencing that same cell. You press enter. So by the time you now click and drag down, everybody is now in order. If you see, even this cell is referencing K2. This one referencing K2, and so on and so forth. Do you understand now?
Yes. So you're saying, for example, if I want to drag that first discount, I'll first of all highlight the place I want to drag, then highlight the cell I want to lock before I can lock it, right? Or I'll just go straight to the cell I want to lock and lock it on the formula.
You're locking it in the formula, not the cell itself. You're not locking the cell. You're locking the cell reference in the formula.
Okay, so when I click on the formula, I highlight on the particular cell I want.
Exactly. Like, for example, this is the cell. Like, if you want to lock this F5 now, or which you're not supposed to lock, select the cell you want to lock the formula like this, right?
Yeah.
You press F4, the function key, not F and 4, the function key that is written F4. You press it once. You can see what appeared there. It has shown that it's locked.
Okay.
Now, if I lock this cell and drag it like this now, it's going to be giving me discount on only 35, on only this 35,000, irrespective of any of the sales here. Like for this one now, Instead of it to give me discount for 8,500, it's to give me discount for 35,000. This lock in here. So we're not going to lock this one. We're going to remove the lock. Right? And that's it. So that's how you lock yourself with the if function. I'm afraid I might have to end this class here. It's not always good to inundate your students. So we will have to make up the class some other time with the continue with the if function maybe tomorrow.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, that'll be it for tonight. Do have a wonderful evening and have a lovely night.
You too, sir.
Please, can you help me with something?
What's that?
What will be the sum rate for this one?
I will need to see your screen.
Okay. Are you seeing it?
Yeah, I can see it. So, where are you? What are you doing?
From what you taught us, you said we have to select the range and then the criteria and then some range. So for my range,
The first range is the area of interest. The first range is your area of interest, where you have your area of interest, and where do you have your area of interest right now?
City.
Oh.
Location.
So the location, that's the area of interest. So the first range is the area of interest.
Okay.
That is not it. That is not. That's the cell. That's not the range.
That's the drop down. Oh my God. The area of interest. Select the range. I see.
Okay.
Select the range. The range will be the sales.
The first range is not sales. Your sales is a sum range. When they say sum range, the sum range means the range that you want to sum up. That's the sum range. So then the other range tells you is the range of interest. So the first range is your range of interest. Where you have your location, that's your range of interest, because you're interested in the locations to sum up your sales.
Okay, so this one I clicked is actually a drop down, not a cell.
You get to that point. You get to that point. That's your criteria. Select the range first. Is there a comma there? Not seeing a comma.
Because I'm not selected. Oh, fuck.
You've done the first selection of range. You need a comma to go to the next selection. What are you doing?
Sorry. Oh, wow.
Is it your system giving you trouble, or it is you misunderstanding your system?
It is me. Comma.
That is not your criteria.
What's my criteria then? Is it not sales?
Criteria is the drop down.
Oh, fuck. So how do I unselect this?
Just click the drop down.
Okay. And then
Go ahead and select it. That's the sum range.
oh wow. Oh, sorry, sir.
So Abuja is okay. I will show Lagos is 30,000. Okay, that's only 30,000 anyways, so it's correct. Then let's say the sales for Abuja, 55,000. So 50,000 plus 5,000, 55,000. That's correct. The sales for Port Harcourt, 40,000. We sure about that? 10 plus 30,
Yes.
40. All right, so that's good. You got that one. So you now understand how you can use the sum if to get things done like this. Now, let me explain why you had to use the drop down. Normally, if you were not to use the drop down, your criteria was supposed to be the particular location of that you're really interested in. Let's say, for instance, they say, I want to see the sales in Port Harcourt. All right. So that criteria, instead of you to have selected the drop down, you are supposed to select any of the PH on the location column. Right? If you have selected any of the PH in the location column, then it's going to give us the result, the total sum of sales for Port Harcourt. But then
for the range, okay, I'll still select all the locations.
Yes.
Right.
And criteria is the particular thing they ask you for. You understand?
Yes.
Gives you a spreadsheet, and the spreadsheet has about 1,000 records of sales, maybe 1,000 rows. You know, a row makes a record. The column is just individual data. It is the row that makes the records. Understand? So maybe they gave you a spreadsheet with 1,000 rows of records, and there are so many cities mixed up of sales. And your boss say, please, I want to see, could you please run a report for me to see sales for Ibadan? Right? Now, I'm just going to run this command without the drop down, and then you just select Ibadan, because Ibadan will be definitely be more than one on the location range, sorry, column. So you will just select any of the Ibadan you see there. Okay?
All of them.
Now, any of the Ibadan, the criteria. Okay. So if your boss says Ibadan is what you want to see, then Ibadan becomes your criteria.
Okay.
Now, where is this criteria located? It's located under the column, the location range, which is the first range you selected. So we have the location for the range. So we have the range for the criteria. Then we have the criteria itself, and then we have the range sum, where the money is to be calculated, or the range that has the money to be calculated, or the sales to say. Now, if you are just done Ibadan, and then tomorrow morning your boss say, okay, and now I want you to go and run on that report for Lagos. You have to go and start running the whole stuff again. So simple sense or common sense will tell you, instead of doing all these things for your boss not to keep disturbing you all the time to run reports, you just do a drop down like you just did now. You understand?
Okay.
So that I want to see, if you just select Ibadan, this is the report. I want to see Lagos, you just select Lagos. Instead of going through the process of doing the calculation and all that stuff. So that's why I had to tell you about the drop down, you just select. So one more time, do that range for sales rep under the PH run, sales by sales rep.
Okay. Mm. Why is not? See, I'm not
Did you
doing
press
anything.
enter?
I'm not pressing anything. I don't know why it keeps giving me that.
Press enter.
I thought, but other ones I've been doing, I just press that, click this button and it goes.
Press enter, please. It's gonna work.
Okay. Now what? Okay, so so I should do, meaning I should, for sales rep, I mean sales by sales rep. Okay. Okay, so it's going to be equals if open, the area of interest is sales rep, and the criteria is this.
You've not finished with. You have to
Sorry,
finish
sir.
with one.
Yeah, sorry. I see the issue now. Comma. Comma. But I did not do anything. How come?
Go and check what you did. No, but you're not doing anything. Right. Select that cell F21. Click in the formula bar. Are you seeing what you did there?
Yes.
Are you seeing what happened? There's no range in the last section. The only having a cell selected, E13. It's supposed to be a range, not E13. Why did you delete? You were supposed to just edit. Okay, so let's see the sales for Joy.
Joy. 60.
And are we sure? The sales for 25 grand. All right. So with that, I believe that you understood what you did and why you did that and how it works.
Well, you used to call. You said this is F13, right? F13, right? There's a way you used to call it cell F13, Abby.
The selected cell, yeah. Right now, the
Okay.
selected cell.
Okay, so I want to ask a question. So, are you saying that range and criteria can be the same? Just that. Okay, for example, now, if I want to do the same thing now for only one person, So after selecting the entire sales rep, I'll now go back and inside that same cell and select the particular person I'm looking for, Abi.
Exactly. That is if it is a person.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
no problem.
The drop down is just a more advanced technique.
Okay.
But most of the time, some of these things require you to think out of the box. Nobody is going to tell you what to do. You have to improvise. You have to think. How can I make this thing easy? How can I make this thing? You just have to, think of something and then go about doing it. That's just it.
Okay.
So let's go to if statements. Share my screen.
Let me stop sharing.
Do you have visuals on my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So if statements is closed out, we're talking about the end and the or. I think we've closed out this two.
We have closed out or we have closed out is if we say we'll come back to.
You have not demonstrated the and an or statement. So you have to come back to your screen. I needed to demonstrate the and the or statement that you understood it very well.
God, have mercy.
You need to share your screen. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see?
Yeah, I have visuals. So I want you to check if the item, okay, now let's go this way. I want you to check and tell me if the items, if the sales in Port Harcourt is greater than 100,000 using the and statement. Greater than 100,000.
Isn't the and statement?
Yeah.
Wait, don't tell me anything now.
I won't tell you anything, of course.
Sales in Port Harcourt. But can I ask one question first?
Ask.
Port Harcourt have. Let me just try what I want to do first. And
You're checking if the total sales in Port Harcourt is over 100,000. Yes or no? And you have to employ your IQ in here.
yay, got it.
Select that cell again. Select that cell, F23. Are you sure you got it? The wrong thing.
I did the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Select. Let's see. E20 is not a figure. So how did you get through? Why did you even ask Excel? Oh, click there. Say and E20 greater than 100,000. How can it be true? Port Harcourt is 40,000, and yours is true.
Wow. It's supposed to be false.
Supposedly.
But then I wanted to ask, if I did not do this drop down like this, and now in the table, but I could has 2 rows, like 2 cells, how do I put the condition? Is it going to be this? Let me try. And this is E14. Okay, hold on.
What is even wrong? You're talking about something greater than 400,000, greater than some total sales in a particular city. Now you're now going to select a cell that contains a string.
Please explain this away from.
Just give me a minute. Let me plug my system. Battery is down.
Okay.
All right. What have you done?
So I did the first one. You said I'm not supposed to select a string. So what I did is
What did you select?
I selected the amount.
Where's the amount?
This one, sales, the two for Port Harcourt.
Why did you go that far when you have simplified something for the drop down? Port Harcourt is 40,000. F20. That's all you needed to select.
Oh, but that was what I was trying to do for the other one, and
you selected E20 instead of F20 before, and that wasn't what you were trying to do.
Okay, I'm just trying to play around it.
Select F20.
F20. So what I'm just trying to play around it. If a scenario occurs where there is no drop down, that's
That's why I said you have to think out of the box to make it easy for you. Like what you're trying to do now. Supposing that Port Harcourt is like in 300 places, how will you do that?
but it's still giving me true and it's false.
40,000 is greater than 100 now. You put 100 instead of 100,000. So it's going to be false.
So why is this one true?
E20. Where is E20? E20 is not a text. So it's not integer, it's a string. So whatever is given you there is wrong. It's supposed to be in column F. So delete that thing you did there. The correct one is the false returns. That's it. Now select Port Harcourt, select on that city, and let's see what happens. It is greater than. No, not there.
I should select which city?
Lagos. Still false. So no sales there is greater than 100,000. But now let's check sales greater than 25,000. Select that false and update it to 25,000. So Abuja sale is greater than 25,000. Let's see Lagos sales. Greater than 25,000. Let's see haircuts. Everything returns true. So if you want to go play,
Okay. You can proceed.
now the or statements, remember the rulings, because there's something you're going to do that will give you an exercise that will warrant you to use the or and statement together. But it has to be your thinking to know what to use to get what I want you to do for me. So let's go to the if quickly. Share my screen.
Okay.
All right. It is now clear that you understand the and statements, that you're here to utilize it very well. Now, do not get carried away by the false and truths you're seeing from the and statement. It goes way beyond that. You use that false and statements, you can convert it to something else, like what I'm going to show you shortly. We're trying to do a discount for this sheet here. We're trying to make a discount that when the sales is above 150,000, and then a 35% discount as we set aside here will be applied. Otherwise, there will be no discount. And then we made use of the if statement. So the if statement is like this: equal the sign, if first argument, if such and such thing is this, comma, then the next argument, if that argument is true, what should happen? Sorry, if this argument here, if arguments here, if arguments, next one is
Increase
this is
your
your
font
argument.
size.
I will just have to increase. I just have to increase my window. Can you see now? Is it better now?
Not really.
All right. What is the sign?
Okay.
If an argument comes in here, so the argument is the condition, right? Your argument goes in here. Now, the next section after the argument, if this argument is true, what should happen? You define what should happen here. Otherwise, if it is false, if this argument returns false, what should happen? Define if false. So this is exactly how the if works. If this and this is like this, then this should happen like this. Otherwise, this should happen like that. So each of the statements is being separated by a comma. After the argument, the comma comes in for the next line of action. Otherwise, a comma and then the next line of action. So the last comma is or else this should happen. So the first argument, put an argument. If such and such and such is like this or like that, then this should happen. Otherwise, this other thing should happen. That is just the if statement.
The or else, I'm just separating it with comma, right?
Exactly. The else is the last part of the argument after the comma. So you're expecting two commas demarcating three sections. The first section is the argument. The second section is what should happen if that argument is true. And then the last section is what should happen if that argument is false, which is like else. If this is this, else that. Right. So now let's demonstrate that with this cell here. Now, the store manager says to the sales rep, if anybody buys something that is above 150,000, if sales is above 150 grand, 150 grand for a customer, then 35% discounts applies to the cost price of the items. Right? Now, this 150,000 is tied to a particular item, not the total sales the person is doing. It's just for a particular item. For example, date fruit. If the person buys date fruit worth more than 150,000, then there's a 35% discount for that particular item on the price.
You're breaking.
On the price. Can you hear me? Did you hear the last thing I said?
Now. No.
I said the discount is applied to the price of the particular item that is being sold for over 150,000. Right.
Okay.
So now I'm going to delete all this so we start afresh. We use the if statement to determine this because it's a condition. And the if statement is for conditions. Begin with the equality signs. I hope you can see the screen.
Yes.
Zoom a little bit forward. Okay. So if this is the sales, right? We'll start with the if statement. If this sale is greater than 150,000, right? What should happen if it's true? Then this amount should be 35%. So that would be this amount times the percentage here. Remember, the percentage cell must be with the percentage attribute type or format. And then we're going to lock that cell. We're going to lock that particular cell. And then comma, if not, that is, if it is not greater than 150, then we apply 0 discount to that very sales. Press enter after the last comma. So here we are. This person have 1,225 naira discounts from the total sales. Now, for you to create a percentage cell or a percentage stuff like this, I told you yesterday, if you just type, it is not you typing 35 and 35, and then you now use shift and 5 to get percentage. No, this will not work unless your Excel can, interpret it and change it. But if you're using a version of Excel that does not interpret and change automatically, you're going to have errors. Like mine interprets automatically and change. That's why it has changed the percentage here. Now, always watch this place to know the kind of format you are on a particular cell or ranges. Like on this range here, it is accounting. On this range here, it is accounting. On this range here, it is custom. On this range here, it is general. On this range here, it is accounting also, because the output is going to be an accounting. This range here is custom. So every cell, you should determine what format it should have to produce the desired result. Now, this cell that is the percentage cell must be a percentage. It shouldn't be general or number or anything, otherwise you have issues. So if it is percentage, you just have to multiply the percentage by the amount that we want to convert to that 30%, and you get the actual percentage. So now, what is the actual percentage of, what is the actual amount of 35% from this value? It has already been calculated inside here, so we don't even know what that value is. But also check, let's find out what is the percentage of 55%. So equality sign, we just do this times this. It's 1,000. It's the same thing. So it means our calculation is wrong. No, it's not wrong per se. It's incomplete. Okay. The calculation is complete, not that it's wrong. Now, 35% of 3,500 is this amount. Now, we need to apply this amount to the sales for this person. Right? So we now have the column called discounted amount. Right? So we're going to say discounted amounts for the person to pay. Let's insert the column called discounted amount. Right? Now, how much the person is going to pay. This is the actual cost of the person's sales, but how much will the person pay? Now do this. So now we know the discount price is this amount. So we're going to subtract the discount from the sales to get the discounted amount. So that will be equality sign, this guy minus whatever we have here, and enter. So instead of the person to pay 175,000, he pays 173,775. So this becomes the sale for this amount. So we just drag that down. Okay. Now the reason this now, if there is no discount, so let's just do this thing for everybody down here. Good. Now this one there's no discount. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. You were talking about the percentage or something. So if I put 35 and use shift and like to put the percentage that is on my keyboard, it won't work, Abby?
Depending on the version of Excel you're using. Hold on. Depending on the version of Excel.
What I'm saying is, if I use my keyboard to type 35, can I still use my keyboard to type the percentage, or I have to go to that place and click the percentage sign?
That's what I'm trying to say. Depending on the Excel version you're using, if you type the percentage, it's going to convert that cell to a percentage cell. So if you're not using the Excel version that will do that, give you an error. Like my own Excel converts it to percentage if I press the percentage key on the keyboard by myself. But your own version might not do that. You can just try and check if it does that already. Now, how will you know it does that? Now, see my selected cell, cell E2, right? The current attribute or the current format of this cell is general. Look at it there. When you select any cell, format of that cell. So if I put just 35, sorry, let me use 45. You can see it remains general, right? Let me use 45 and type the percentage by myself and see if it's going to change from general to percentage. My system's converted it to percentage. So you check if it's the same thing. If yours is not converted to percentage, it means you will not have the correct answer to what you'll be doing. So make sure the cell is a percentage cell before you start using it for the calculations. So I've used my if to determine the discounts. So for each sale now, these are the discounts, and the discounts have been deducted from here. So what I need to do is to move the discounts closer. I want to move this discounts column. Right, this discount column like this. Move it over here. Then location. Move you over here. So we have the sales, we have discounts, we have the discounted amount, we have quantity remaining, we have the sales rep, we have the location. So this person's bought this, they got this discount, this one does not have discount, so he pays the normal price, pays the normal thing, and so on and so forth. So do you have any question regarding this? Any question?
No.
Right. So we'll now go back to one treated if. We'll proceed to VLOOKUPs. Let us solve this problem we had here yesterday. Remember, we had a problem here to count these cells. Something was not right.
The one you had problem with it, counting cells with alphabets, we didn't do that.
Yes, so that's what I want to address now. So remember, we use a count here called count. It counts only figures, right? And then
Yes.
count blank counts only blank cells or empty cells. And
Mhm.
then
Count A. Count A.
yes, count A counts cells that has let's see what that count A does again. What's
Count cells that are not empty and both numbers and alphabets.
yes, count cells that are not empty. Whether it's number of alphabet, they are not empty. Good. So now if the count A, okay, whatever it is, we want to know, number one, these cells here, all these cells are labeled this shade in this color. All the cells from M5 all the way down to M16. I want to count the number of cells that has figures and the number of cells that has alphabets, number of cells that are empty, and the total number of cells, everything here, whether with figures, blank, numbers, and alphabets. What is the total number? So we're able to get this one, but these two are very tricky to get. How do you count cells? There's no command that gives you cells with a number of alphabets. Now you have to improvise a way to do that. And then this is what I did. To do this, I have, first of all, I need to create something else close to this cell. You see this guy here is called false, true, true, true. We have a function called is number. Its number checks whether the value is a number and returns true. We also have another one called is text. Text checks whether the value is a text and returns true or false. You understand? Yes. Now, I need to use one of them. I decided to use its number. So first of all, let's see what happens here. Equality sign is number, this cell. Let's go through this. So let me see.
The other one is what? Is what?
What?
The other one is what? Is alphabet. There is his number and what?
Text. So this is number. Now its number is asking you where is the value you want to check. This is the value, the cell I want to check the value. Close parenthesis and press enter. It tells me false, that this guy is not a number. So if I run it down to all these other cells, it tells me that this one is a number, which is true. This one is a number, which is true. This is true. This is false, false. This is true. This is true. This is false. And then the ones that is blank are all false. So how do we convert this into a reasonable value to get a number here to calculate the total number of cells with alphabets. Again, this is where thinking critically comes in, thinking out of the box. Now, what I now did, I've gotten true, false, false, which is fine. Now, the next thing is I have a problem here. It's also telling me that the blank is false, and I don't want to see any blank because I need to number. I need a way to convert this true and false into numbers of 1 and 0s, right? But then, if I'm converting false and true to 1s and 0s, it means it's going to convert these ones for a blank space to be 1 or 0, and this will give me a wrong calculation. So in order for me to make sure I don't see any false, what I did was this. Now, put this into if statements, encapsulate this into an if statement. So put an if statement here. If this cell that we want to check is blank as an equal blank, now blank is double quotes 2 times. Okay? Blank is double quotes twice. If that cell M5 is blank, what should happen? Leave it blank, put another double quote. Otherwise, return the value for this thing I'm checking. Let me know. So I will now run this thing down again. You see, it has disappeared. The false on these ones have disappeared. So one problem is solved.
Let me see. Let me see.
Sorry?
The formula. If M14, okay, is equals blank blank, each number equals to M5. Okay, I see. Oh, wow.
So now I've gotten this part. Now let's deal with converting this to the number. Now this is what I did. Oh, after all that, and I get into this part. If this number, if this cell is equal its number and it is false, give me 0. Rise, give me 1. That's what I did here. You can see if
N5 is equals to.
So all this, I was just showing you what I did here. So since you've gotten to this part, I'm going to delete this one. So it's the same thing I did here, but I just added an extra. So here, and I create a new column to evaluate these other cells. So now say, if I start with a blank, because I don't want to see any blank. So I start by eradicating the blank, which is this part of it. Now I'm using a nested if inside if. That's called nested if. You can have nested ifs inside if, inside if, inside if. Get something right. Okay. Again, it has to depend on you. You have to think that out. So I have this nested if here. The first part of the if is if this very cell N5 is blank, please leave it blank. Otherwise, if N5 equal its number, which is this guy, which is the same thing here, and that is number is because we're expecting a true or a false. So I know that if it is number, it's going to become true. But if it is not number, it's going to be 0. So I want the 0 to be I want the false to be 0, and then otherwise it should be 1, because I know that definitely it's going to return 0 for the first one. Or sorry, it's going to be false if it is not a number. But if it is a number, it's going to be true. So since the number is coming first online, I use 0 here. But at the end of the day, I got this figure here.
Oh, Jesus. So.
All right.
Why did you put 0 and 1?
Because I want to convert my false and true into 0s and 1. Because I cannot count this guy into counting. Remember, we have a task to do.
No, I mean inside the formula. Why didn't you just put 0 since you're dealing with the
You know,
Okay, because
your
you wanted to replicate it in all of them, Abi.
if statement comes with two values depending on the argument. If it is this one, then this should be. Otherwise, it should be this. That's what if statement. That's what I explained earlier.
Yes, I mean this formula I'm seeing now on the formula bar. You're currently on
Yeah.
the false statement, meaning it's supposed to be 0 now. Why did you put 1, comma 1? Why didn't you just put 0 and close it? That's what I'm asking.
Because if it is not 0, if it is false, okay, now you're saying I should just put 0 and close it. Then what happens if it is not false? What should happen? It cannot be blank. So that value is what I need to work with. So if it is false, give me 0.
Once you start replicating it, Excel will automatically convert true to 1.
No, I am doing this individually for each of the cells, for each of these false, true, false, true, false, true. It's going to look through all of them. Okay. What I'm trying to do in SS is I'm telling this guy, if this if N5 is false, give me 0. If it is true, give me 1. That's all I just want to arrive at. And then using this formula.
Meaning I can remove this first if. It's not necessary now on the formula.
First if is necessary because if you remove it, it's going to tell you false for this blank cell. So how will you count these blank cells when we need to get a figure for cells with alphabet? Don't you get it? You have to put everything into consideration. Remember the first time when I did not use the first if here, it told me that even this one is false. Whereas the false is supposed to be for is number or not number. Of course, it's correct to tell me that this part is not number. So it told me false because these are not numbers. But because of what I want for alphabet. So if I now know that this false here is for alphabet, and then I now have a false here that is not for alphabet, it means my counting here will be wrong. So I need to eradicate these cells.
Okay.
Now I've gotten my false and trues into ones and zeros. Now I need to count all the zeros. How many cells have 0? That will be the total number of alphabets here. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. So that will be the total number of 4. So how do I get this into this place? I need to count. So the first thing is I have to do on that logic again. I just have to think, how am I going to make this counted?
Is it not for you to do equals count A, then O5 colon O13?
That should do count A, right? Right? O5 colon what? So you're telling me we have 12 alphabets when we have just 1, 2, 3, and 4. You're on the.
Oh, wow.
Remember, the count A counts all the cells that are not empty. Sign. Count A counts the cells that are not empty. All these cells are not empty. So if you tell me to count that, it's not going to work. We want to get only the cells that has zeros and 1.
But it also counts not empty. Even it also counts both numbers and alphabet now. So wait, let me get the real definition of count A. Is it that it counts cells that are not empty alone?
Yes. Look at it. It counts number of cells in a range that are not empty. As long as that cell is containing something to count it. That's a simple English. As long as any cell in that range contains something, whether it is alphabet or numbers, it will count it. Okay. That's a function of.
Oh, wow.
So we have to improvise. Now I've gotten figures and ones, but unfortunately, Now, this is what I'm going to do with a simple logic. Now, my false gave me 0, right? And my true gave me 1. But I cannot count 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0. It's going to still give me 0. So what should I do? I'm going to reverse engineer these guys here. I'm going to say, okay, in this case, let false become 1 and let true become 0. Press enter. And then run it through, and I'll get something. So what do I do now? Now do equality sign, sum everything here, and give me a figure, and I got my answer.
Don't give me this task.
And then I will now hide this cell so that nobody will know how I came about the answer. So I've done the background work. It's just for people to now start typing. So if we change this 4 now to alphabet, what is going to change here? So if I change that 4 to B, have you seen? It has changed to 5. So my change, and this one has reduced.
So if you hide it, okay, maybe you just have a like a raw file, so that if you want to edit anything, you can always go and edit.
That's my back end, but I just decided to do it on the front side. I could decide to I can just do it here, so that I'll hide this tab completely. Hide this tab. What this is that tab, and my machine is running from behind.
How do you unhide that tab?
Select any of the tab, right click and choose unhide, and select the tab you want to unhide. It comes back 5.
Oh. Okay.
So now we've succeeded to count the number of cells with alphabet. So if I add on that alphabet here, like Kong, you see, we now have 6. So everything plays out very fine. If I change this to figure, we now have 5, and this one becomes 4.
If Mr. Okeze was here.
He was saying, okay, so now this is how to use if statement. So you can now see where we turn true, false into something, into figures. Then you now use the if statement to hide this. Now use of if statement. The first if statement we did here was just for figures. Now let us use if statements for text. How do we return text for if statement? Now let me put what we call remark here. Okay, now let me do this. Let me make sentence with this. And whenever you want to use a string or a text inside a formula, you must put them inside double quote. For example, let me do this. And sign and 5 cells are. Now, when you want to combine, this is like concatenating in Python. When you want to combine text and the value, a calculated value, you use this guy here, this ampersand.
When you want to do what?
We want to combine text string and a calculated value. Use this ampersand, but sometimes it doesn't work out well. See that? 5 cells are without Okay. I'll move this cell next column. You see this? 5 cells are without figures. See how I combine text with your formula to get this.
Mm.
So if I change this guy to like to KK, there's your 4 cells are with figures, and with this one again, there's your 5 cells are with figures. So that is concatenating, combining strings and figures together. Now let's use if statement to add figures. For example, let's do here. What can I do right now? Let's see. I want to do something that we can use figures. Is this a good sale or a bad sale? Fine. Let me change this location to something else. Let me just change to remark. So I'm going to say anywhere that there's a discount, we're going to say good sales. Anywhere that there's no discount, we're going to say normal, right?
Mm.
With the if policy sign.
You see a remark.
Yeah, okay. Oh, remark. So equality sign if this guy. Now I need you to tell me. What I want to do is if that selected cell has a discount, I want this remark to return good sales. Otherwise, leave it blank. So now, what should I do next? After selecting this G5, what should I do next?
If G5, comma,
If G5 what?
if G5, oh, I don't know this one.
Just think. The question is, remark should tell me if there's a discount on that discount column for that particular sale. If there's a discount there, it should tell me good sales. I want to see good sales appear. Otherwise, that place should just be blank. So how do I go about asking Excel if there's a discount there? What command will I put now to ask Excel to return to me that whether there's a discount there or not?
If G5 equals, okay, if G5, then you select M2.
M2.
M2
If
now,
G,
they have the,
wait, if G5 M2, I don't understand. If G5 what? If G5, I'm not select let me select, let's just see now. If G5, I'm not select M2. Now change to M2.
if G5 equals M2.
If G5 equal M2. If G5 equal M2. And how do you think G5 can equal M2? G5 can never equal M2. M2 is 35%. G5 is 1,225.
Think outside the box. Think outside the box. If G5 equals, I don't know if it will be tautology. 1225.
Now listen, if if G5 equal 1225. That is a hard code. That's what they call hard coding, 225. I have locked 1225. Remember, I'm going to drag it down to replicate. So is it all of the discount that we want 225? So thinking out of the box.
Which kind of wala is this one, Seth? If there is a discount, then then I think you're not supposed to click discount then.
Oh, that's supposed to click then.
We're supposed to click the total amount the customer have first.
Total amount the customer have. From where? Which cell is that?
Scroll this other side. 175.
Okay, I should click 175. That is F5. Okay.
If F5 equals G5, comma.
Now ask yourself this question. How can F5 equal G5? F5, what you're seeing on the cell is what the system is reading also. You're seeing 175,000. The system is also saying 175,000. So you're asking if this 175,000 is equal to 1225, which you and I know that it is not. 175,000 is not equal to 1,022.5 naira. Yeah. So what do you now want the system to do? To produce error. Or whatever you define as your logic is not sustainable, but you and I know that that logic is not. So you have to be realistic. It's going to be by chance. Is it even possible for the sales to record the discount? It's not possible now.
It's not.
Why you think this one?
Oh. Some if and function. If not. If function. If argument values. But this one I cannot though. Give me expo.
If now the question is, if there's a discount for that particular sale, it means it's a good sale, or the system should say, should return the word good sale. Otherwise, it should be blank. Now the question is, how do you make this Excel to check whether there's a discount in that cell? First of all, we know that that cell is a value cell. It's a cell that has a monetary value or is an integer cell. So if it's an integer cell, it has to do with numbers. Now, if G5 contains discount, then it means that discount must be greater than 0, isn't it? Greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, it means there's a value there. Right?
Yes.
So if G5 is greater than 0, then you need to open your double quote and say good sales with an exclamation mark. Otherwise, leave that cell blank like that. Then close the bracket. So is this going to tell us good sales, or is it going to be a blank cell?
Good sales.
Of course, that is it. Now let's drag it down and see what happens to other cells. See that? Have good sales there, and no good sales to sell because there's no discount. That was just it. But I was just trying to let you know how to use words or text inside the if statement. You must make sure your text is in between the double quotes. Two the double quotes here in between double quotes before the comma. Do not forget. Make sure your text is in between the two double quotes before the comma. Anything you want to type must be inside that double quote. If you want to type jargons, characters, anything underscore, even if you put equality sign there, that equality sign will not translate to a calculator because it is inside a double quote. Equal good, good. See that? Because it's inside the double quote. But if you remove these double quotes, get error. Guess what? Error. So I needed to run this thing now.
I should run it.
Yes, I want you to run your if statement, put a remark there, then ask your system to, first of all, do the discount. If not done the discount, do this discount, and then add the remark. You can improvise whatever kind of remark you want to do. Then do the discount. You have 10 minutes.
How many is many for us to do before we finish?
This is the last one.
What of VLOOK?
Oh, VLOOKUP. Yeah, okay, fine. 10 minutes to do VLOOKUP.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, so let us do VLOOKUP. What is VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP looks through a data set and returns a value from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. From the left-hand side to the right-hand side. Now, I want to use VLOOKUP to call up the price of an item that we have here. Okay. Now,
from the left hand to the right hand.
Yes, from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. VLOOKUP moves from left hand to right hand side. It does actually. So let us do VLOOKUP, which I want to see the stock quantity and the price. So I want to see stock quantity and price with VLOOKUP. I can use VLOOKUP to do so many things. I need to delete this table. I'm no longer in need of it because you already know how to use the table functionalities of it and all that. So to delete, just press the delete button, select the line, the columns you want to delete.
You're breaking, I didn't hear anything.
All right, I said I was deleting the table because I've got no need for it. So let us do VLOOKUP. Now VLOOKUP, I want to look up items sold, the quantity, for the cost, the amount, and quantity. Now, I want to drop down. But just select the items there. So I'm going to do a drop down. No, not equal to sign. We'll come over to data. Data, I want to do a drop down. So when I select list of items, let me select directly from here. So I want these are the items. My drop down. Okay, that. So I have my items now. I have dates, beans, and the rest of them. Now, what I really want is this. I want, if I select date fruit, it should show me the amounts for date fruit and the quantity in stock. If I select Maggi, it should show me the amounts for Maggi, as in the costs of Maggi and the quantity in stock, right? And then it should tell me what the worth of that item. So the worth should be equality sign, whatever is here, multiply by the quantity here. So the worth of this value of those, of whatever I'll be selecting. That's what I want to see. And I want to use currency. So just want to give this a little bit of formatting to make it look fine for me. Like so. Just give it a header. This guy. Just give it a header at the top, like this. So when I select any item here, it should tell me the cost, the quantity, and the value. I want this to be in Naira too. So currency. Yeah. And it should be like that. And this should be in the center, like so. Like that. The word should be bolded. Are you following me? Are you with
Yes.
me? Okay. So I want a situation whereby when I select any of the items here, it should give me the cost of that item as is on the table, and the quantity as in stock, and the what based on this calculation, this times this. Now, for us to achieve this, we use what we call VLOOKUP. And VLOOKUP works from left to right, from the far left to the right. So first of all, equality sign, VLOOKUP, open parentheses. Now, we have about 1, 2, 3 arguments for VLOOKUP. The first thing is lookup value. What is the value of the thing you're looking for? You're looking for an item, which is right here. You cannot click this thing. So for me to be able to click, I have to use the formula bar. This is where formula bar comes in. Select the cell and then I use formula bar, because if I do it from here, I'll not be able to click on this guy. So I use the formula bar to do that. So VLOOKUP, that's VLOOKUP. Now, what is the value? The first thing is the value. The value is this value here, whatever value that shows up here. That is what I want to look up for. And then comma. Now, table array. Where in the table do you want to check for these computation or for this analysis? I'll come here and select. I'm not selecting from the header, only selecting the content. The whole of these two. The first one was the quantity, right? Is it quantity or amount? Okay, amount. So the first is the amount. I'm going to select the whole of these three like this. Now, comma, the next one is asking, which column index am I going to check? Excel is asking you which column index is it going to check for the value that you want. Let's check. We're looking for the cost, right? The cost is in the third column. This is 1, 2. The third column have the cost. So you're going to put 3. 3 is the third column, comma. And then we're going to say, is it going to be approximate or exact match? We're going to choose exact match. Or you can just type 0. You can either type 0 or you choose exact match, any of them. Close the parentheses and press enter. Another problem here. Let me use exact match. Enter. Okay. The reason it's showing us this is maybe because I have not selected something. Now I have selected something and it's showing me this. Now let me quickly show one thing again. If I choose, now don't forget, even if I use 0, it's still going to give me a correct value. right? So you can either use 0 or false, any of them, you type VLOOKUP. So you see that beans is 2,000. So if we check here, is it correct? Beans is 2,000, so it's correct. Now, cassava is 1,250. Let us check. If I select cassava, it's 1,250. So that is how VLOOKUP works. Now for the quantity, we do the same thing. For the quantity, let me do this. Let me put this guy in the center. Center. Right, the new center here. Center. Go to view. Center. So let us check for the quantity for cassava. So we do exactly the same thing, but this time around, different column. So equality sign, the lookup, the value. What value? The value is this one. Cassava is a, sorry, not cassava, the sold item is a value. And then comma. The table array is where do we find cassava and quantity? Find this and this. Since it is quantity and quantity is closer, I don't need to select the amount again. I just select the items and the stock quantity. And then comma. Now it's asking me the column index. Where is the column index? Quantity is number 2 column. This is 1 and 2. I'm going to write 2 and then 0 for approximate match and close bracket and press enter. Now we expand this, we can see our watts. So the quantity for cassava is 320. So the total watt of cassava in our store is $400,000. So cassava here, you can see cassava is 320 quantity, and which is true here. I check this one again. Potato, wow, potato is expanded $3 million for potato because the cost is 6,000 and the amount quantity is 500. Now, if there's nothing inside this cell, we're going to have all these errors. Now, this error is returning because there's no selection here. But it doesn't look nice to present this thing to your boss or to your client who asks you to prepare this thing for them. Whether there is something selected here or not, there should be no error seen. But we all know, for the fact that the stuff is calculating properly, is showing up the right value when we select the item. So it means this error can be ignored. And the only way to ignore this error is to do what we call if error. If error is a command. If error is used to hide errors, even if, or in cases whereby the calculation is correct, the formula is correct, but the error comes up because of some negative value or not available value. So how do you apply if error to get rid of this? Select the cell, wrap if error here, if error, open parenthesis. Now, if error is an argument, put the value, these are all the values already, right? Comma, what should happen if there's an error? Leave it blank. And then close parenthesis. Okay, you can see that one is blank. I will do the same thing here again. If error, open parenthesis. What's the value for if error? These are all the values, comma. And what should happen if there's an error? I want it to be blank. Close parenthesis, press enter. Did I do something wrong? I guess I did something wrong. Let me do that again. Let me do that again. So close this one here and remove this guy here. Press my enter. Showing that value because of that one. So I don't want you to have any error here. So I'm going to do if error again. If error. Sometimes if your spellings are wrong, you have issues. I think I had a wrong spelling before now. That's why that thing should hit that. So I'm fine now. Okay. Do the same thing for what? Now, I'm not going to do if error here because this cell depends on these two cells to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use an if statement. If this cell is equal to blank, then leave this one blank. Otherwise, perform the calculation of S5 times T5. Problem solved. So by the time I select anything here, it gives me value. So that's it for VLOOKUP. Questions, please.
Can't we add the if error after the VLOOK function? Must it be before?
If error starts everything because it's wrapping the entire formula in the formula bar. You cannot do it after the VLOOKUP.
And it's not only used for VLOOK, right? Can use it in every other.
For example, let me do something. Now, this cell contains, supposed to be containing something. Let me do, I have A here. I have B here. I have C here, so be the answer. So I'm going to do equality sign. This cell divide by this cell. You see, we have an error. Now, if I put something here, 450,500 divided by this, it's going to give me a value, a good value, right?
Mm.
So you see, but 500 divided by 45 is 100. By the time I delete this one here, is 0. It's 500. Delete this one here, we have error. But we both know that this cell is calculating well. It's just because there's no value here, that's why it's telling you error. So to eradicate this error, I don't want to see this error. Then I can now use my if. If there's an error, if error simply means if there's an error. So we speak the English. If there's an error, okay, do this calculation. Then if there's an error, just put 0 there or leave it blank. Leave it blank for me. So you see that? That's once I put a value, calculate. So that's it. Any other question? Did I answer your question, Zengi?
Yes, yes.
All right, I want you to run if lookup for me, VLOOKUP right now, and do exactly what I've just done for items, cost, quantity, and the worth of that particular item in your store. To do that successfully, we call it a day. So we have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Time is ticking. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Is that you following us?